play the Bleach game. I don't know, man. Anime arena fighters haven't really struck a chord for me, except for Sparking Zero, and Sparking Zero was kind of a flippity flop. I mean, not they may have fixed it. They may have fixed the things that I had an issue with, but not a lot of time. All right, let me so I'm using my new Osmo Pocket 3 as a hand camera right now, just cause no particular reason, just because I can. I'm not logged in on break. Am I logged in here? I'm not logged in there either. Whatever. I don't. It's gonna open Opera. Channel is over the store. Just delete all the old stuff. Just delete it all. Yeah. Why is Maximilian playing the Bleach game? Does he play anything else? Third fleeter here. For you was piss easy compared to try and dose. This literally what happens with every new generation of Monster Hunter titles. Each installment adds new mechanics to help both new and returning hunters with new content. Additionally, Capcom isn't making a completely new roster with each installment, so any Monster Hunter veterans will feel like the new game is too easy because we just know how to fight every monster. Even new monsters share skeletons and moves with older ones, making any new monster still recognizable. So I'm so fucking tired of people whining about actually good quality of life changes that make the games more enjoyable. If you have any issue with how easy the newer games are, go play Dose or even Monster Hunter 1 and see how long it takes before you rage quit the series entirely. So this is the thing. I think 3 and 4 is the sweet spot for Monster Hunter, right? People just have this thing about them where they're like, oh well, yeah, go back and play the old games. Yes, the old games are harder, and I understand that every game gets easier. That's what I'm afraid of, is that it's like every game gets easier and easier, and they add more mechanics, and it's like you don't need to add mechanics to help us with the previous or the stuff that was in the previous game. You can make quality of life changes that don't change the difficulty of the game. You can add new monsters, you can add new moves and new things to the old monsters. You can add different variations of old monsters, right? You could take them, remake them, right? You could do so many different things with the game to not mess with like how difficult the game is. and introduce new things to the game that don't make the games piss easy, right? Like you can do that. It's possible, right? Now it's not going to sate everybody's, you know, appetite, right? For difficulty. It's not. But like there's definitely a way you can meet that. There's a part of a video that I want to watch that I was watching earlier, and he was doing a review of Monster Hunter DOS specifically, and it was, oh my god, he was doing a review of Monster Hunter DOS, and where is it? Is it this one? It's this one.
Potential for a successful hunt.
So this right here, right? And he basically was right here going over the quality of life things, and I was like, okay, let's see what he says about the quality of life changes between Monster Hunter DOS and Monster Hunter World, and it's like, do we want to go all the way back to Monster Hunter 1? Hell no. Nobody wants to go back to Monster Hunter 1. Literally no one wants to go back to Monster Hunter 1. What we want for, or at least what I want for a Monster Hunter game, is to make me feel like I'm actually I'm doing hunting and gathering for a reason, right? The quality of life changes that they make in the game mess with that. Now, I'm not just talking about how hard the monsters are to fight, right? That's part of it, but another big part of it is the preparation, right? How you prepare for a fight, like how the game makes you decide, like, okay, I need to eat, right? I need to eat for my like buffs. I need to take certain things on the hunt with me, right? Whether it be potions or might pills or adamant seed, whatever, right? The things that you want to take on a hunt with you before you go, and not have access to everything after you leave, right? Like you're supposed to prepare for the fight, and then you leave to go for the hunt. And it's like, think about it in real life, right? In real life, I'm not necessarily a hunter, right? But I can gather that if somebody was on a hunting trip, right, they wouldn't have access to everything that is back home, right? They wouldn't have access to everything. They select the things that they're going to bring with them. They have a certain amount of ammo that they're going to bring with them. They have certain guns that they're going to bring with them. They have certain whatever they're going to bring with them on this hunting trip, right? And with the new games, right, all you have access to literally everything. There's like, why even have a storage box? Just shove everything in my pockets and give me almost bottomless pockets. Just remove the item box in storage and let me store everything on my character. Because that's pretty much what it is. They already got rid of the fact that you can they got rid of the fact that you can like eat, like you can eat on the hunt. Like you can leave for your hunting trip, and then you can sit down next to the tent at the like little base station or whatever that you start at before you leave. You can sit down at the tent and you can eat, which makes sense. I'll allow that. It makes sense for you to be able to take the stuff that you have with you, right? Now, maybe not have access to literally everything, but like, say for instance, you need to eat a meal, right? You want to eat a meal for attack, and you have items on you, or you have items that you decided to bring with you that were food ingredients, right? Because you're like, okay, I'm gonna eat this before I leave, and then I'm gonna bring these food ingredients with me or something, right? And then you cook them there, right? Like, I want a reason to do the things that make it a hunting game, rather than just leaving for the mission and just whacking everything to death. Like, I want a reason to feel like a hunter. Oh, I want a reason to feel like a hunter. And people, I don't think people get it. So there are some people obviously that are from the older games, played the older games, and they're like, yeah, the next game was super easy compared to the game before it, the game that I started with. And it's like, all right, so you're cool with everything that they've done in the game. And I've never said that I didn't like any of the other Monster Hunter games, or I didn't like Wilds, or I didn't like World, there were certain things about World that I didn't like at first, right? And there are certain things I don't like about Wilds right now. And like maybe in the future when expansion comes out, maybe those things will either be needed because like it'll balance the game around the fact that you have all these new things, maybe. But like still, it's still like, why are you removing all of these like little intricate things that make Monster Hunter what it is, and making all these quality of life changes that affect like how the game is, like how easy the game is or how difficult the game is, right? Like it doesn't make sense that nobody sees that. Nobody cares about those things. There are certain things that are just quality of life, and then there are things that are balance changes. You know, like there's things that are balance changes that are disguised as quality of life. So like that's what he's talking about in this game. I mean, in this video. This video was 3 hours long. I was like kind of like passively listening to most of the stuff that he was talking about Monster Hunter DOS, but like he started talking about the debunking of quality of life and what is quality of life, what things are actually quality of life changes, and what things are quality of life changes or are balance changes basically disguised as quality of life changes.
So, I've described Monster Hunter 2 DOS as archaic in comparison to newer titles. The game runs on inferior hardware, so the visuals and sounds are more compressed. The game absolutely looks like a PS2 game. When people say Monster Hunter Rise looks like a PS2 game, well, that's a compliment to PS2 games. The combat in this game is best described as clunky. Overall player movement is much more restricted. The game does not allow the player to cancel many of their characters.
And let me clear this up too. Nobody is saying that the game has to play clunky for it to be difficult or for it to be hard, or for it to be hard or whatever, right? All you got to do is, there are certain things that just make the game easier. It's like, and it's not made more difficult in the past because the controls were bad. That was part of it. That was definitely part of it. But like, you can do things and add things to the game without like destroying what a hunter does before the fight and during the fight, and like how you have to search around for like items and stuff like that. There's like, sometimes you don't want to have the items all there, of like, you know where they all are as soon as you start a map, right? You don't have to know where every single thing is as soon as the map is there, right? So they could do it where the map is clear. You don't know where anything is, right? Until you pick it up. When you pick it up, it gets marked on your map. So that way you know, okay, I picked this up from here. I know where it is. I know where to go back to it. That's what a hunter would do. A hunter would bring the map with them. They don't know what's where. They just know the lay of the land. And then when you go to pick something up and it's an item that you would need or whatever, you mark what it is on your map, right? You don't have to, I'm not saying you got to manually mark it on your map. it could just show up on your map. Same way everything is showing on your map now, like it could just show up on your map. The same way like your camps show up on your map once you have the camp. So it's just like what's so bad about that? Like what's so bad about having to struggle for a little bit until you actually have the information? Why do you need to have the information at the beginning instead of being able to look for the information and mark the information down on your map and then keep it, you know, there where you can just like, okay, now I can open up my map and I can see where I got what from. And it's like, okay, there are maybe other things. And maybe you do it this way. This is a middle ground between the two. You have everything, like you see all the nodes on the map, but everything is a question mark. Every node is a question mark until you go to it and reveal what it is by picking it up. Like I think it's just it adds something. It adds some reason to go explore and look for everything. Because right now when you go on the map and you need to get a certain thing, you need to gather a certain thing, you just look at your map and be like, okay, the thing that I need is right there. Or I need to go hit mining nodes or whatever, right? So I'm gonna go hit those mining nodes over there. You might not know it's a mining node until you get to it. Like if you explore and go, okay, now I know this is where I go for mining because there's a bunch of mining nodes over here and now they get marked on your map. But you already know that. The first time you ever touch the map, you know where everything is already. The only things I think that maybe don't show up on the map are, I don't think they show up on the map, or like the pollen spots and some of the things, some of like the rare materials I think don't show up unless I don't know if they show up on the map or not. I don't remember like the night pollen things showing up on the map. So there's just a bunch of things that they could do, but instead of like enhancing how to play a hunter with quality of life, they just make the game easier to play with quality of life.
Character animations, so they are required to follow through with their decisions. It takes more time to chain certain attack animations together. Attack combos in modern titles flow together better. I could list a number of specifics for every weapon, but that would take an unnecessarily long amount of time in an already extremely long video. Actually, ironically, I'm about to list a large number of examples for another point, and I'm not ignorant to this irony. Monster Hunter 2 DOS also lacks many of the quality of life changes that the current titles carry. Like every video game series, the titles have experimented with different ideas and streamlined the game where necessary. So far, I've done my best to highlight that the series now streamlines the gameplay loop to benefit fast-paced boss fights above other elements, such as crop farming or hunter career simulation. Much of the streamlining has been subtle through what we call quality of life changes. I see this phrase passed around and it seems to be used equally for changes that impact the player experience without impacting the game balance, and changes that impact the game balance, which in turn would impact the player experience. These two subjects sound very similar, and there's a bunch of overlap obviously, but there is
changes that impact the player experience without impacting the game balance is what quality of life should actually be. Changes that impact the game balance, which thus impact the player experience, is not quality of life. That's literally making the game easier. Like they're making the game easier so that you have a better experience with fighting, with gathering, with inventory management, right? Like there are some things that are actually quality of life. Like a quality of life change would be adding the take all button, right? Adding the take all button at your reward screen. That is a quality of life change. That doesn't change the balance of the game. But it makes your experience better because you don't have to go click on every single thing at your reward screen. There's no need for that, right? That doesn't make the game easier, right? It just saves you some time, but it doesn't save you so much time that it's like Maybe over a long period of time, it saves you a lot of time. But like still, like that doesn't. It's not needed, right? But adding a mount to the game that you can call mid battle so that you can sharpen your weapon on its back and drink your potions while running around the monster in circles, that does affect the game balance. That completely changes how the game is played, because now you don't have to be worried about getting hit by the monster. It's like, oh, I got knocked over, I got half health. Is it worth it for me to hop on my sacred and drink a mega potion real quick? Probably. I got knocked down. I'll call my sacred. My sacred scoops me off the ground before the monster comes over there. I drink my potion. I sharpen my weapon. Monster can't catch me. I go back over there. I jump on the monster. I hit him with a heavy attack. I randomly mount the monster for no reason because I've done it so many times and I've gotten so much mount damage. So it's like, all right, well, now I'm on the monster's back. Now I'm opening up 2 wounds. Now I'm doing a finisher. Now the monster's knocked over. Now I'm doing my biggest damage combos. You know what I'm saying? Like, all because I got knocked down once. And now the monster is paying for the fact that I got knocked down once and half my health is gone. He's paying for it, right? Whereas before, right, the monster knocks you down. The monster doesn't pay for it. You pay for it because you got hit. You got hit, and now you got to try to get up off the ground, or you got to hope you get up off the ground before he comes over there and hit you again. Right? Like, look at, like, playing against the Velocidrome, right? Playing against the Velocidrome, in the older games is nuts, because you have to not only fight the Velocidrome, but you got to fight the little Velociprey too. And sometimes it'd be like 3 or 4 of them on the screen, and you can choose to try to just get little pokes and hits off on the Velocidrome and try to avoid the Velociprey while fighting the Velocidrome, which sometimes I do. Or you can just try to focus the Velociprey and kill them all before he calls more, and then fight him and then try to stop him from calling more, right? But he's always calling more. He's calling more. They come out the woodworks, and you got to deal with that. You can't just hop on a mount. You can leave the area. You could definitely leave the area, but make sure you paintball him before you leave the area, so just in case when you go back, he walks off, you know where he went. So you leave the area, you sharpen, you heal, but you had to make it to the next area. You couldn't just go from being in the middle of the little map area and then just immediately teleport to the other area. You had to get up off the ground and run to the other area without getting hit by a Velociprey or getting knocked over by the Velocidrome. And you had to, turn your camera around so you could see what they were doing, because if not, sometimes Velocidrome, especially if you run in a straight line, you don't want to necessarily run in a straight line. He'll jump all the way over there, knock you over, push you down on the ground, and then maybe try to hit you again. Who knows? Sometimes they knock you into the next area if you're already running that way, but
importance in separating the two. Furthermore, the term player experience itself is rather loose. I could use the term immersion again, but I've already explained that it doesn't lend itself well in objective discussion. For this video, I want to define a quality of life change, what a quality of life change means, and I'm going to define it as only a change that impacts the player experience and not the game balance.
I agree.
I want to evaluate many of what the community has called quality of life changes that separate Monster 2 DOS from Monster Hunter World. Anytime the quality of life change does not hit my criteria, and I have evidence that the change impacts game balance, I'll call it out for not being a true quality of life change, but rather a game mechanic change. By my definition, a quality of life change should improve the overall experience for the player without affecting the gameplay balance. I'm going to begin to list examples so this is easier to follow. Number 1. Combining items inside the item box, rather than pulling the items out and combining them in the item pouch. I mentioned this before. I consider this a quality of life change because it does not affect gameplay balance. The player can still craft items in their pouch if they wish, but it saves a few seconds of time overall. Logically, this makes sense. A player character should be able to craft items within the box as it's still within arm's reach. This makes the process overall less tedious for the player. Selecting a specific sum of combinations to craft at once rather than a single combination at a time. Also a quality of life change.
Agreed.
Very similar to the previous one. It also removes tedium. The process of crafting is still occurring, just at a faster rate. Instantaneous combinations the moment the player gathers an item like a herb or honey. Questionable, but overall it seems to be the same as the previous two examples. When the player gathers items with the intention to combine them, the game will combine them on the spot if it's safe to do so. This is a feature that the player can actually turn off if they'd like. It mostly just removes tedium. It can affect gameplay, such as gathering honey during a fight with a large monster and immediately getting a mega potion, though I would...
Yeah, so that, like gathering, like having the thing, herb turn directly into a potion, the gameplay change here is that you don't have to merge a herb with a blue mushroom to get a potion anymore. That was the gameplay mechanic change. That's not just a quality of life change. That's a balance change. It does reduce tedium, but like it also changes the fact that you're gonna just have way more potions. Like you still have a lot of potions, like you're gonna have a lot of potions anyway, but like even in some of the old games in 3 and 4, I don't know about 3, I don't remember 3 like that, but I know like at least in 4 and like Generation, I think you can just buy potions. Like if you could just buy potions, it's just like, all right, well, you're just gonna buy, like you just have so much money at some points. It's just like, I'm just gonna buy 99 potions or 2 stacks of 99 potions and then just mix them when I have, you know, all the honey from the farm, right? It's like you don't really have to go out and look for honey anymore. You don't have to go out and look for god bugs. You don't have to go out and look for these certain things anymore. And that's a gameplay mechanic change. That's basically giving you infinite of that item. Like you get infinite of that item. It might as well make potions infinite, just like they made whetstones infinite, and they made everything else that you need to buy or craft infinite. Like they made all these things infinite, and it's just like, so what is the point of what's the point of going out and gathering things? Like that's, I know people don't really like gathering quests, but you can get rid of gathering quests and still have a reason for people to go gather. They have gathering, they have what is it, like a frontier, they have like a, it's not a gathering quest, it's like a, I forget what they call it in GU, but, and it's probably in games before that too, but you can just go out into the map and not have a quest to go on, and in a box you would just have a paw pass ticket and a map. Whereas they don't give you potions, they don't give you anything else. Even the potions, and I find even in GU, having the rations, the first aid meds, and like some of the other stuff that they give you in the box in the beginning of the mission, is it kind of invalidates the stuff, because it's like, all right, I'm playing a game and I need to sharpen. I've got a mini whetstone. Now, mini whetstones, maybe they are only for low rank, and when you don't have like above green sharpness or something like that, I think that if you have above green sharpness, a mini whetstone is not going to fully sharpen your weapon. I think that's how it works. But like in the beginning of the game, you get mini whetstones. It's like I'm never using my whetstones, so now I'm piled up on whetstones. I can hold 20 whetstones, and it's like, oh, this is probably why they made them infinite, because it's like, well, you might as well have infinite whetstones. Why? Because you don't require me to take whetstones with me. You don't limit the amount of whetstones that I have to make it so that I can't just go fight every single thing on the map and not be worried about my weapon not being sharpened the whole time. Like there's just so many things that are quality of life changes that just invalidate a lot of the parts of the game.
Considered a nitpick to actually call that completely game-changing, especially since in the old games you could just keep running around away from the monster and combine it in your pouch regardless. When you compare
Yeah,
this
you still had to
well,
do that.
Using a Farcaster to restock an entire supply of items like you can in Monster Hunter World, yeah, I don't think this is a gameplay change. It's too contextual to be considered one. It's a quality of life change. Number 4, combining items without the use of a book of combos or armor skill. This is
I forgot about Book of Combos. So I think that the Book of Combos thing could have been changed by just making it so that like you unlock those recipes either from a mission, or you unlock certain recipes from certain missions, or you unlock the entire book, the entire list of that book's recipes from certain missions, right? So that way it's like, okay, well, you still have to go buy it, but you don't need the books to be in your inventory to make things. And then like they used to have like success percentages on items when you were crafting them, and that would kind of keep your item totals in check, because like there's a chance of you messing something up. And if you have to get these items, you have to keep gathering these items, maybe the more you craft it, the better your hunter gets at crafting that item until it becomes 100% success rate. But until then, you have to continuously craft these things to build up the experience needed to be able to do it at 100%, right? Like, that would be a better way to limit the amount of items that you have, because as a new hunter, you wouldn't be so proficient in mixing all of these different things and making all these different recipes. You wouldn't be that proficient. Just like you're not as proficient when you first start a hunt, or you first start hunting, you first start playing the game, right? You're not as proficient in each weapon. You have to get better at making the weapon. And it's like maybe they don't want to make making items an active skill, right? Where it's like you gotta actually, like, I don't know, you gotta mix things a certain way. You gotta do like a button combination to mix the item. But like, just at least have something to say that like it takes a little while for my hunter to learn how to do this. Like they gotta do it a certain amount of times for the percentage of success to go up, right? And then like and then you can master like making certain items, right? I think that would be a better way. And it's just like, dude, the people that just want everything, they just like, oh, all these things are so much better. It makes it not tedious. It's like, all right, well, sometimes it's okay for things to be tedious. Sometimes it's okay. I don't want every single thing to be tedious, but some stuff in games is going to be a little tedious, right? Like everything don't have to be like handed to you. Like you don't have to, I don't know, like with the fishing thing, like trying to get each and every fish, you don't have to change it so that you can never get duplicate fish or something like that, where it's like every time you do it, you're gonna get a new fish, and then when you've caught 99% of the fish, you're only gonna see one or the two fish that you need, right? So then it's just gonna be like a kind of a 50-50 coin flip between the last two fish. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, some things are gonna be tedious. Some things you do in life are tedious. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay. I don't want Monster Hunter to be a game that I just finish in a couple of hours and I'm done with it, and you know, it's a wrap. I beat everything. I got everything that I need. I don't need to play this game anymore. It's like I beat it. Good. We've spent 50 hours playing Monster Hunter. Now I don't ever have to play Monster Hunter again because I beat everything and got all the things. Like, it don't necessarily have to be that way to still be fun. You can still have a little grind in there.
Change, not a quality of life change. The game must be adjusted to account for the player to be able to craft any item flawlessly without any consequences. I theorize they added the combination assistant features in the original game.
People hate consequences. People hate messing up and being like punished for it. They're like, it's a video game, I should never be punished. I should never be punished for anything that I did. Which is why if somebody blocks a DI in Street Fighter, you can't punish them.
To prevent players from crafting extremely helpful items.
Do the big cool thing that you can't really get punished for unless they punish it with the same thing.
At the village, as this system requires the player to pull the book of combos out and take it out with them on every quest if they intend to combine out in the field. Likewise, in Monster 2 DOS, the player is required to pull out all of their books of combos into their item pouch anytime they combine items. I can see this as tedium being removed, but it also affects your supply levels when you're out in the field, how much space you have in your item pouch, and also, it does cost money to buy these books of combos, so I call this an overall gameplay balance change.
So, the funny thing is that when I started my GU file, right, it says that you can use your old file to start a new file, and it will bring over some of the items and stuff that you had. It's not going to bring over like your gear or anything like that. It's just, it brings over all of the stuff that you've collected, all of the random little items and mushrooms and potions and honey, right? And all that kind of, all of those like little knick-knack items or whatever that you can combine and stuff, and potions, which are important, right? I kind of feel bad for doing that because like I didn't like realize how many of certain things that I had. So like I started a fresh file with tons of potions, mega potions, honeys, and like, you know, traps. I don't think there were any tranks in there. I had made some tranks later. Paintball, like all the stuff that you need to take with you. I had tons of this stuff, and I didn't realize how much of it I had. I think I played maybe like 50 hours of Monster Hunter GU at some point on that Switch, and I wasn't in like G rank or anything like that. I think I was just like high rank village. I think like in village quests, like I just was doing the village quests, and I still had so much of a ways to go. So like now I'm like casually playing it, you know, and having some fun. Like it's more fulfilling playing GU than it is playing Wilds or World. World is better than Wilds, but always the prior games to the current game is always, it always feels better than the next one. So this one, Wilds, will probably feel better when Monster Hunter 7 comes out, which is what I'm afraid of. Like, cause I just don't like I don't want that to happen. I'm almost mad that Monster Hunter is doing so well. I'm almost mad that it's doing so well because it brings in all of these people that don't understand why a lot of the people who love the series play the game. The newer players, or the players that don't I'm not even gonna say newer players, because the players that are playing this game and don't understand why we are complaining about the difficulty of the game and the way the quality of life makes the game easier and all the changes they made and like stuff like that. Like, they don't understand why, because I feel like they don't like the game they just don't like the game for the same reasons. But I'm not telling nobody to not play Monster Hunter or not play Monster Hunter if they're having fun playing Monster Hunter. If they enjoy the game, play the game, enjoy it. But I'm just putting my 2 cents out there about why I think the previous games feel better and feel more rewarding. Every game before each game feels more rewarding than the next. Like, it just does. Like, it's more tedious, and it's probably part of it that it's more tedious to get wet armors. It's more tedious to get weapons. I fought Great Macau. I fought Velociprey and Velocidromes. I fought Gendrome. I think it was just Velocidrome, Gendrome, Macau, right? Because Macau I fought first. Gendrome I fought after that. Oh, I think it was I don't want to call it cephalopod. I don't think it was a cephalopod. It was whatever the desert thing that swims in the sand in GU. Whatever that thing is. That thing I fought, and Velocidrome I fought in the Monster Hunter 1 map. And all of them feel much better to beat. They're not necessarily hard to beat. Right? They're not like, especially I'm using, we got Hunter Arts. I'm using Insect Glaive. I've learned how to use Insect Glaive a little bit better. But it's still a little bit harder to use. It's not, I can't just run up to the Velocidromes and the Macaws and just start wailing on them, right? And then dive to the side and wail on them some more before they get a chance to do anything else, and then wail on them and then release the charge mode attack and just start and just doing all these action combos, and then basically just destroying what is ever in front of me, right? Just basically like Chotacabra. Like, Chotacabra is Macau, Gendrome, and Velocidrome are harder to fight than Chotacabra. And it's probably not even Chotacabra's fault, for real. I mean, he is definitely slower. Just like Great Jagras is slower. Velocidrome, Gendrome, and Macau move around and jump around a lot. They ask of you to make sure that you're not whiffing your moves. Sometimes when you walk up to him, you only get like a poke. You get like a poke and get out of the way. Poke, get out of the way. And then you realize that he goes to call for his Velociprey friends to come around. And then you might get a poke. You might get like a 3-hit combo before you can get out of the way, just to take advantage of the fact that he's standing still calling. Right? Like, or you see he's about to jump at you, so you dive out the way, he jumps and you hit him as he's landing, right? So you might get 2 hits. Maybe you can get greedy and get a 3rd hit. And then when you get like all of your you don't even have to, I don't even think you have to get all of them, but like you get the red one, just like you need the red one in Wilds. You get the red one that gives you more combos. And then you have your Hunter Art bar, where you have to fill up the Hunter Arts bar by hitting them a lot and using your Hunter Arts to fill the bar up, and it unlocks more of the combo stuff. So if you have your Hunter Arts bar at max, and then you have the red Kinsect, you have the ability to do like more combos, and you don't get knocked back like that, and so you have the ability to do more damage, but you can still whiff. You can't just redirect all your attacks, but they're constantly jumping and moving, and when they're enraged, they're moving even more. and they're hitting you harder, right? So you got to make sure you stay out of the way and don't get hit. Like it's harder, but it's not harder because of the controls being clunky. It's like the controls cannot be clunky. Like you can still be like, World is probably, I guess, the best example, because you can't redirect your attacks. I mean, I think you can a little bit, but not like focus. Not like focus. Focus, you can just turn all the way around if they jump over you to try to hit them during the middle of your animation. Like, it's insane. All I have to do is dial back a little bit, just a little bit, add more hunting, add more preparation, add more being deliberate in what you're doing in the game, rather than just kind of turning your brain off and just going nuts.
Now, on its own, the fourth change appears to be inconsequential on its own. It's just that when it becomes paired with the other three changes that I've already mentioned, it starts to have a heavier impact on the game overall. I feel this has become extremely inconsequential because in Monster Hunter World, the player can now just Farcaster back to the base and restock all their items at any point during the quest. I'm firm on this.
That also makes the game very it makes your decision on what you decide to bring with you meaningless. Just bring whatever. And then if you forget, like say for instance, you pile stuff in there, you pile stuff into your pouch, and you leave for the hunt. And you're like, oh, I forgot to bring tranks. Oh, let me just run into the tent real quick and grab the tranks out of my supply box, even though I just left for the hunt already. And imagine like you're a hunter and you leave your tranquilizer darts at home, and you've got on the plane, you've flown, you've landed, you're in the forest, and you're like, oh, I left my tranquilizer darts at home. Let me just run back. Let me just run back to the plane and just grab them out of my supply box, and it'll pull them from my house. Would you prefer camps be random finds but give you access on maps? I wouldn't, actually. I would rather you not be able to access your full inventory during a hunt. I would rather that. Because that's what gives making this decision and your limited inventory meaningful. When you leave to go on a hunt and you've got, okay, the only thing that persists, right? The only thing that persists through all the games that is meaningful for you to do, that makes sense because you can only carry 10, is when you have 10 mega potions and you're like, all right, I can only carry 10 mega potions, but I'm going to take 10 potions with me and 10 honey so that I can have 20 mega potions. And you don't use your regular potions because they barely heal you enough to tank even a regular hit. Your mega potions are what you want, so you use your mega potions first, and you're getting hit in I don't even have to care about getting hit. Like, it's like we say don't get hit by the monster, but like I don't even have to care about not getting hit. Or I don't even have to care about getting hit by the monster, because like I get hit by the monster, sacred, pick me up, gulp, jump on a monster, beat him to death. Like every time I jump on my sacred because I lost half my health, the monster pays heavily for it. The monster pays heavily for it. How the monster paying heavily for knocking me down? That doesn't that doesn't make sense to me. If I get knocked down, I should be paying heavily for it. Like in GU, right? In GU, if I get knocked down, I'm down. I gotta get up. I gotta get up, and I gotta move. If I'm getting hit by the monster, and I know how much damage I'm taking, sometimes I'm getting hit by multiple monsters at the same time, because like if you're fighting Velocidrome, the Velociprey are there bothering you. Gendrome, Genprey are there bothering you. Macau, Great Macau, there's Little Macau bothering you. This is all at the beginning of the game. So you might be fighting like 3 or 4 things at one time. They don't back up to let you fight the big monster. At least not yet. I think they do that in World. In World, if you're fighting the big monster, I'm pretty sure the other little monsters just kind of like back off, and they be sitting on the sidelines like, get him, yeah. Like that's what they be on the sidelines doing. But in Generations and prior, it's like they're not standing on the sidelines watching you. They in the fight. They jumping you. You getting jumped. So you sometimes will lose a bunch of health, and then it's like, okay, I really can't take any more hits. I really have to get up and leave. I have to leave the area. Make sure he's paintballed, and then leave the area. Heal, sharpen, but I gotta make it to the other area without getting hit. And it's like, does that make it easy? Yes. But that's kind of how the game's always been. So it's not like they changed something to make that a thing. That's how it always has been. Now, if they wanted to make it harder, they can have monsters chase you through zones. Because the monster can clearly walk into the next zone. So if you run from him and he's chasing you, and then the game sees you go through a zone, it says monster says, oh, he triggered this zone. He went into the next zone. I'll go into the next zone and I'll knock him over as he's trying to they could do that, but they never did that. They technically did it when they brought all the zones together into one, where now you can't run into the other zones. So like, I guess that got kind of harder in World. Like, you couldn't just leave the zone, but they gave you the Ghillie Mantle. they gave you the Ghillie Mantle, which you throw the Ghillie Mantle on, and now the monster is like, huh? I don't know where he went. So you technically have left the zone once you throw the Ghillie Mantle on. You could be standing directly in front of the monster. You could be right around the monster's vicinity. You throw the Ghillie Mantle on. It doesn't matter where you are. The monster is like, huh? What?
Adjustment. It is rather minor, and personally, I'm completely fine with being able to combine the items without the books, but that's up to the individual if you like this or
I'm
not.
sure I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because we don't need the books. But like I already talked about how they could have changed the books to make it better.
I've listed so far were fundamental streamlining of the gameplay loop. Since crafting is essential for a successful hunt, it's smart to make this process less tedious without removing the actual process of crafting itself. I will still argue that the last one removes...
I like crafting. Like, I don't necessarily like the tedium of doing it, but like being able to go to the crafting list and having the question marks there in it. But if you have the items, then you could be like, okay, I have these 2 items. What does this thing make? I'm going to combine these 2 items. What does this make? And it shows you what it makes. It's like, oh, okay, this is cool. I definitely needed that or whatever. And it's like, well, what else can I craft? Like, even without the crafting list, I think without the crafting list feels better a little bit, because it's like you go through your inventory and you don't have to guess, right? Because like you click on something and it will show you anything that it can be combined with, and you could just start picking things and be like, oh, okay, these 2 things make this, these 2 things make this. Now you don't have it on you may not have it on a crafting list in DOS, I don't think, because it says store items, take items, equipment, and range. Yeah, I don't think they had it doesn't look like they had the crafting list, because it would be under here, I think. But once you got the crafting list, it was like, okay, now it's a list of items, and if you've crafted them or you've owned them, you can see them, But if you have not owned them or crafted them, then there are question marks. But if you have the 2 items that make that thing, you can click on the question marks, combine those 2 things, and it'll show you what it is. And now you know what that recipe is. It's like learning something new. That's what your hunter is, learning something new.
Some importance of having a single item box where the player must do all their item management, but again, these changes are inconsequential compared to the million item box norm that you've entered in Generation 5. The next quality of life changes are a bit more controversial within the community. Number 5.
Yo, the amount of items, you never have to get rid of anything. It's like, they were like, item management, I don't play Monster Hunter because you have to do item management. And it's like, it ain't really that deep. It's like, okay, well, maybe you do want to sell some stuff, but everything in Monster Hunter is used for something, right? But you have to weigh whether, do I really need these small monster bones anymore? Am I really going to be making anything that has small monster bones? I could sell all of my small monster bones and then like, or it keep maybe 1 or 2 of them. But if you need the slots, like if you picked up something else and you need the slots, it's like, all right, well, what's more important, these small monster bones or this, or these blue mushrooms that I picked up, or these with dragonfell berry or whatever, or what, like, or what's more important to me, right? And then you sell all the other ones, and then there's some stuff that are like, okay, well, I can get a lot of money for selling these, and then like sell all this other thing to get rid of that, to clear up that slot, to put more things in those slots. But like, it's like, all right, well, now you can just hold everything. Like,
being able to evade roll backwards with your weapon drawn. If this was implemented into Monster Hunter 1, I do not see it affecting gameplay balance whatsoever. Anytime the player would have wanted to roll backwards, they would simply side evade or evade forwards, depending on the context. No matter what, in any Monster Hunter game, you have...
Wire bugs were the beginning of... Wire bugs were the beginning of you being able to call your sacred. Wire bugs, I can see why people didn't like wire. If wire bugs couldn't save your life, I probably wouldn't care too much, because I don't know, the way Monster Hunter Rise was in the beginning, because I didn't play all the way into high rank, or I didn't play all the way into like the late game in that game, because I didn't have nobody to play with, so I wasn't really playing all that much. I didn't really devote that much time to it.
Have to be able,
but like it just felt easy. Like it just felt very easy. So it felt even crazier when you were playing with people. When you were playing with people, it was an 8-on-1. It was an 8-on-1. Now, granted, you used everybody. We all had palicos and stuff all the time, but like you have a dog, so it was always like 3-on-1 at least. And then with people, it got rid of your palico, and your dog would be there because you need your mount. So like, but except your mount wouldn't be standing around. Your mount would be attacking. Your mount would be actually in the fight. So it would be 8 characters versus 1 monster getting rolled.
Aware of what you're capable of doing, and you have to be positioned in a good spot, knowing that you can only evade in certain directions. I think I'm pretty firm on this. Evade roll backwards is a quality of life change. Number 6.
Can you look up the wall monsters in World and Rise? Some of it I saw said had it looking like most players weren't getting into HR in both. I guess I can. After, I want to watch the rest of this first. The rest of this section, not the whole thing, but like the rest of this section is pretty lengthy. But like in like the wall monsters, like if you're talking about like wall in low rank, or like monsters that people had a hard time with in low rank, was like apparently Anjanath. There was like there were other monsters that were difficult to fight, that felt hard to fight, because they had like these different moves. One monster, I'll tell you, one monster that I had a hard time fighting in World was Nargacuga. And I said that because this person has the Nargacuga longsword, and it reminded me of that. Now, it's not like I couldn't beat these monsters, but sometimes they were really annoying to fight. And I fought Nargacuga enough times to see what Nargacuga, his AI was. Like, I never looked it up to guarantee that this is how his AI works, but I'm almost sure that his AI wants to walk off of your camera. The way he moves around, he'll attack you, and he'll always like jump off of your camera and try to move to the side and around off of your camera. It's so annoying. And I'm like, the AI is definitely doing this on purpose. He always seems like he wants to attack you from behind. So he'll do certain stuff to jump off your camera. You'll turn around to go fight him, and then you'll go to swing at him, and he'll jump off your camera and try to attack you from behind. You always got to be turning your camera the other way. Like, it's very annoying. He's very annoying to fight. But like his armor was cool, so I wanted it. So I fought him a bunch of times to get it. And like it was annoying to fight because he did something very specific. It wasn't like he was just, I don't know, it wasn't like he was just swinging at you for the sake of swinging at you. He had a very specific way of fighting you. And a lot of other, like, I guess, monsters have a very specific way of fighting you. Like, even like Rathalos and Raytheon kind of still keep how they fight you, and how often that they leave the area. But like, since you don't have like a bunch of different areas, and you don't have, or at least I didn't see the high tree area yet. I didn't go. Apparently, there's a tree in Wilds that you can climb or go up. I think you're the one that said that. Yo, what's up, Deku? Yeah, an ambush monster with the camera moves, like wanting to attack and fight from behind. Yeah. He was specifically, I'm telling you, Nargacuga would specifically try to jump past your camera and try to stay off your camera. It was very annoying. Like, I remember that specifically. Fighting Stygian Zinogre is very different than fighting regular Zinogre in Monster Hunter World. He has a different move set and everything. There were very specific tells, so you knew where to dodge or where to roll or where to be, so that you didn't get hit by certain stuff. He would shoot lightning like all over the place. But I think if you were to go up close to him, like when he did the lightning attack, right as it was like powering up, if you were close to him, you didn't have to really worry about it. But then there was like another thing that he would do. He would rear up and he would do like the spin attack or whatever, and you would always be able to dodge to one side to avoid the spin attack. So it was like there were different things to learn about the fight, and that's why I was like, maybe if I fought Gore enough, then maybe I'll be able to understand how to fight him. And there were certain things about like certain monsters where you can knock them out of certain things, and if like in like the Great Macau in specifically in GU, because I knew about this one from like watching a video. But like, if he did a certain thing, like he would rear back on his tail. If you hit him during, I guess, either a certain part of animation or something like that, you get hugely rewarded. But if you mess up trying to run toward him when he's getting ready to do his big attack, because he has two versions of this attack. One of them is just he rears back on his tail and he does like 2 kicks, and then he has another version where he rears back on his tail and then he goes Arr! And then that's how that tells you he's about to do his strongest attack, where he jumps forward into you, tackles your character, and it does a huge amount of damage. So you don't want to get hit by that. It sends you flying backwards. You gotta roll. You gotta get up off the ground. All that kind of stuff, right? Like, there's things that you don't want to get hit by. There's things that you can roll out and punish. I don't know. I miss that rather than just beating the dog shit out the monster. Make you consider firing up World again. No, fire up GU. Fire up GU and play GU. I need you to at least play through low rank to understand what I'm talking about, and play the village quests. The village quests aren't as hard as the co-op quests, because the co-op quests take place in a completely different, part of. They take place in a completely different part of the game, right? Because you have the co-op quests that are geared toward multiple players, so they have it in a separate area. Rise also does this. There's the village quests. I think they do that for World. Do they? But there's the village quests, and then I don't even know. I don't even think they do actually in World. But there's the village quests, and then there's the I guess the academy quests or the co-op online quests or whatever. The online quests usually just have more health. Like the monsters usually just have more health. I think that's pretty much it. So you can go on there and you can play them. It just takes longer to kill them because they just have more health. And if you're not playing with anyone, you can play offline and just play the online quests too. But you could play through the village quests and you will still understand, and then play World. Go play GU and then go back and play World. Play low rank in World. Play low rank village quests in GU because there's a lot of gathering in low rank. I'll let you know, at least in the first 2 ranks. There's a lot of gathering, and then they ease you into fighting. So like, unless you just pick the fight, unless you just pick the hunts, right? I've been going through every quest one by one. I've been going all down the list. I did all the gathering drones until I got to the first monster. And then there were some more, and then there were some other hunts for small monsters. Because they don't make you hunt big monsters the whole time. Sometimes you hunt small monsters. Sometimes it's like, go hunt 10 Gen Prey, right? Instead of hunting 1 Gendrome. They're like, sometimes they'll send you out on a gathering quest, and it'll say danger, because there's a big monster there that you have to go do the gathering quest, and you can decide whether you want to run from the monster and not fight it, or you can just fight the monster, beat it, and then carve it, and then continue on your gathering quest. If you know you can beat it, you know what I'm saying? So, or if you think you'll have time, or if you don't want to do it because you don't want to have to beat the monster, you can just leave the monster alone. Or if you happen to have dung, which I don't think you really get dung, or maybe I just haven't picked any up in the beginning of the game. But if you have dung bombs, then you can just throw a dung bomb at the monster and make him leave you alone while you gather, right? It looks so rough, and I'm imagining the controls are rough. No, the controls are not rough. It's on Switch. You still have your movement with your joystick, and you still have your camera controls with your other stick. The controls are not rough. It's just that you cannot use focus to move yourself around. Like, that's it. Like, the animations in World are more fluent. Some of the ways the weapons work are a little bit more fluid, but like, the controls are not bad in GU. The controls in Monster Hunter 1 are garbage. The controls in Monster Hunter 1, let me tell you, the controls in Monster Hunter 1, I have to flip the thing. Transform. Okay, because it was backwards. So this is your attacks. So you have your forward attack, your left and right attack, and I don't think you have a down attack. I think it's just left and right attacks, and forward is an attack. This is your movement, right? and this is your camera controls. Your camera controls are your D-pad, and these are your attacks. These are your attacks. This is your movement. Sometimes you have to move to the side and do an attack to get a different attack. So you'll be like this, trying to fight monsters in Monster Hunter 1. And they were like, yeah, this is good. This is cool. And then you got to use this to control your camera. Yeah, those are rough controls. I would never. I don't want you to go back and play Monster Hunter 1. I'm not an advocate of Monster Hunter 1. I'm not an advocate of Monster Hunter 1. The people that talk about Monster Hunter 2, Monster Hunter 2 is probably Monster Hunter DOS or whatever. Monster Hunter 2 DOS is probably the first. The first, we're gonna say the first real Monster Hunter game. Like, that's the first Monster Hunter game. Monster Hunter 1 somehow survived long enough to have Monster Hunter 2 come out and actually be good. And then Monster Hunter 3, there's a bunch of Monster Hunter games in between all the mainline games. Like, there's like Monster Hunter Frontier. I don't really know anything about Monster Hunter Frontier. It looks crazy though, at least in high rank and end game though. There's like Monster Hunter Online that didn't last that long, but that game looked really cool. I wish I knew about that and could play it. But like, there's tons of other Monster Hunter games, in between the mainline games. But I'm telling you, play GU. Like, play it. If you could play PS2 games, with PS2 controls, if you could play those type of games, or you could play Xbox games, you could play GU and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It'll be more difficult. What I'm trying to show you is how you have to respect the stuff in the beginning of the game, and the beginning of the game teaches you how to play the game. It takes you on a rough path of learning how to learning how to play the game. But at least in GU, they kind of give you, tutorials and stuff like that. It's not like, I don't even think in Monster Hunter 1 they gave you any tutorials for real. Monster Hunter 2 may have, I'm not sure. I've never played it. I don't remember Monster Hunter 3 all like that. Monster Hunter 4 probably had some stuff like in the menus, like how they have your play guide or whatever, and they tell you how to use the weapons and stuff like that. That's about it. And here they tell you in GU, there's a guy who talks to you and shows you how to use Hunter Arts. There's like Hunter Art tutorials. There's Hunter Art trials. So you could try out all the different Hunter Arts on the different weapons. You could try all this stuff out, and they teach you how to use it and they explain everything to you, and so you can see what you like. I just asked somebody what they think the best thing for Insect Glaive was, and I used that, and I was like, okay. But like later on, maybe I'll switch up and like try the other stuff. But I just was like, all right, well, I'll just use this counter one, just because he was like, oh, you might like. I think he told me actually you might like Guild, and I was like, well, what's best for Insect Glaive? And I think he said Adept and Valor, and I think Adept. I think I used Adept before, and then like you pick a different style and a different Hunter Art, and there's so many different Hunter Art. Like, there's stuff to unlock. There's different Hunter Arts to unlock, so you'll unlock more stuff, and there's more stuff for you to use. Hunter Arts were probably a very heavy like point of like, oh, this is making the game too easy, right? Like that probably was a thing going from Monster Hunter like 4 to Generations. That probably was a thing. Like, they were like, oh, these Hunter Arts make the game too easy. Like, I guarantee it. But it's still harder than World. And then somebody was saying that 3 is harder than 4, and 2 is harder than 3. You know what I'm saying? 1 is the hardest game because that game sucks. But for some reason, everybody thinks that, oh, because I say I like playing the older games over playing World and On, that I want them to go back to Monster Hunter 1 or Monster Hunter 2. I really don't. Maybe the people that play Monster Hunter 2 want to go back to 2. My first Monster Hunter was Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, which was technically Monster Hunter 2, I'm pretty sure. And then what was the other one? Oh, Monster Hunter 3 I played, but I like Monster Hunter 4. That's where they introduced Charge Blade. I like Charge Blade. I don't know if they'll ever introduce another weapon. They probably should. If they introduce another weapon in the expansion of Wilds, I think that would be crazy. I hope it's not a ranged weapon. I don't want it to be a ranged weapon. I want it to be a melee weapon, because I want it to be a melee weapon with some cool new combos that don't necessarily feel super OP. Because Insect Glaive, people thought Longsword was OP. People think dual blades are OP. I feel like the Insect Glaive is OP. The dual blades might actually be OP, but dual blades have been in the game for literally forever. I don't remember what weapons Monster Hunter 1 and 2 didn't have, but I think maybe Switch Axe came in 3, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know that for sure, but I think Switch Axe came in 3. I could be wrong though, but I know Charge Blade came in 4. I don't think we got no new weapons in 5, and we don't have a new weapon in 6 yet.
The ability to cancel the use of consumable items, usually through evading. Again, if this was implemented during Monster Hunter 1, I don't see this affecting the game very much. If the player makes a mistake in consuming an item at the wrong moment and gets hit, the consumable isn't always used.
That was the other thing. Consuming items. In GU, you can't just walk around and reposition while drinking. But I would argue that is a quality of life change, sure. Like, it does kind of affect the balance, because you can still move around and kind of reposition yourself to not get hit by things. And you can kind of I think you can kind of jog a little bit. I don't know, but you can move around. And before World, you drink a potion and you just go. And then I'm sure that I think Gobbler was a reason to use. That was a reason to use that jewel. If that jewel existed in that game, that would have been a reason to use that jewel, to make sure that you consume items faster, so that your animation would be shorter, and you can eat the thing, do the animation. Animation is shorter, and you get out of there.
If the player makes a mistake in consuming an item at the wrong moment and evades, the consumable isn't always used. It depends on timing and context, of course, but the player is still taught to be careful of timing of using items. Same goes for traps or bombs. I would consider this a quality of life change. The concept of deliberate action isn't greatly affected by the cancellation of using an item. Number 7. The ability to dash while using consumable items. Now we're getting into crazy territory. I would consider this a drastic gameplay balance change.
Yep.
And no, I'm not going to argue that this is negative or that it ruins deliberate action. The player must still be careful with their positioning and timing. The game is balanced around this. The reason they gave the player the ability to dash while consuming an item is to balance against the monster's different movement patterns in Generation 5. The player never had to dash while consuming an item in the old games because the monsters move more clunkily. Deliberate action with items is still here, it's just more involved than before. Number 8. When attacked, health depletion in the health bar is instantaneous. So this one might seem a little bit odd to some viewers, but this was actually a feature added in Monster Hunter 3. In Monster Hunter 2 DOS, when the player is hit by a monster, their health bar would deplete with an animation, where the green slides down the bar to its new depleted position. I consider this a quality of life change. It's really inconsequential to the gameplay balance. It would be like half a second the player wouldn't be able to see where their health is. Personally, I'm very happy with this change. Number 9. The camera can be positioned inside walls. Throughout the Monster Hunter games, the camera has improved a lot. Many players on majority consider the camera to be improving. The camera no longer gets stuck on walls. And actually on that note, number 10, the implementation of a target camera. There's a target camera function that helps keep the camera focused on the monster, sort of like an auto cam, auto target. To me, this does not affect immersion, but it does affect the gameplay experience. Getting cornered by a monster in a fight isn't in the player's favor, regardless of which entry in the series. I have never had to use the target camera. I've trained myself to just constantly reposition the camera during combat. For this reason, I do not believe either of these camera changes affect...
So in Monster Hunter, I don't think... Monster Hunter DOS didn't have the camera controls on the D-pad, right? So I feel like that, like, maybe back then it wasn't as what do you call it? It wasn't as common maybe to control your camera with the other analog stick. I don't know. I can't remember for most other games back then. I would assume that it was pretty common for you to move the camera with the other analog stick and not use it for attacks or for something else random, or not having it for the camera and having the D-pad for the camera. But like, turning the camera has never been an issue, really. It's never been something that I felt like that was a difficult thing to do. But then again, I didn't play DOS, so I mean, but I've played Monster Hunter 3, I've played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, or Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate and 4 Ultimate, and at least in one of those games, I didn't have a joystick nub, which probably was 3 when I was playing Monster Hunter 3 or 3 Ultimate, and I had to use, like, I think I was using like the screen D-pad, like the touchscreen D-pad to turn my camera, which didn't feel that bad. Like, it didn't feel bad because you only need to just turn left and right most of the time. Like, you don't really need to aim up all that much. You just need to be able to turn your camera around. So, like, you know, I'll be running or whatever, and then you just tap the screen to turn the D-pad was like right there. Like, you could reposition the modules, and I just positioned the module as far over on the screen as I could on the right hand side of the screen, and then I just would use it as my way to turn the camera around. Didn't feel out of place to me at all. I never needed the target camera in any of the Monster Hunter games. I mean, sometimes I would click it every now and then, because you just click the button and it will target the monster. I probably should use it more, but like, I just never needed it.
That gameplay balance, they are simply quality of life changes. I mean, like, if I'm still using the old system from the original game and there's no real difference to how the game plays, yeah, I don't think that's a gameplay change. Number 11, small monsters stand back while the player is fighting a large monster. I made a point of this in part 5 of the video. This is a gameplay change, not a quality of life change. Monster 2 DOS is a very different experience. The game is built around the small monsters being a part of the fight. I've alluded to this before, but as the series has gone on, the importance of small monsters has been mitigated. Most players will agree it is less annoying to
Imagine having to fight these big monsters while you got these little monsters poking at you. Just like in other games where you're fighting like a boss or something like that, and the boss has ads, and you have to kill the ads first and then kill the monster, or you then kill the boss. That's kind of how this works. Is like the main monster has a bunch of little versions of himself, or little monsters running around in the area that make you have to deal with that so that you could fight the monster or whatever. Like, some people are like, oh, but you know, it was so annoying. Cats don't belong in the lava. They don't belong in a volcano. Why were they there? They were there just to make the fight harder, just to make it hard. It's like, all right, sure they were. Just like the Velocidromes are there, or the Velociprey are there just to make the fight with the Velocidrome harder. Yes. And do you not want it to be difficult? Do you just want all the fights to be super easy without any challenge for real? Like, yes, probably so. Because of all the people that are complaining about stuff, we're saying that, like, oh, well, you just removing the soul from the game. That's what you're kind of doing. You're removing the soul from the game.
Monsters alongside the large ones. But have any of you noticed that in their absence, monsters do more AoE attacks? The game is balanced differently now, plain and simple. Number 12. Holding down a button instead of tapping the button.
Quality of life change.
Monsters repeatedly.
Quality of life.
Quality of life change. It doesn't affect gameplay balance.
I was so happy when this was the thing, and this came way before. I think this definitely came before World, because you could do it in GU.
Whatsoever, you just hold a button down, whatever. Number 13.
I think it actually makes more sense. It's like, why am I going to stand up if I know I'm not done unless I let go of the button?
instantaneous gathering of items. This is a gameplay change, but really only because it is coupled with the instantaneous crafting. It has a huge effect on bowgun ammo creation and potion supply levels. It streamlines receiving the supply.
You're just basically snatching bullets off the tree. Most cases, you're just snatching bullets and potions off the tree rather than having to craft them. And then people would say, well, just turn it off. Just turn it off. It's like, I don't want to have to handicap myself. Like, if I handicap myself, when I handicap myself in wilds and in world and stuff like that, it's because it's due to laziness. It's like, I'm too lazy to do all the stuff that I need to do for a hunt because half the time I don't need to. And I'm just fine in the hunt. I don't cart. I just beat the monster and that's it. Maybe I cart once somewhere. You know, maybe I get clipped a little bit hard. Maybe I forgot to eat. And then, because I turned my health bar on for that reason, because they have dynamic health bar and stamina bar. There would be times where I couldn't see my health bar and I would run into a fight, hit the monster, my health bar would show up and I would be like half health. And I'm like, oh crap. Or I would see it and I wouldn't have eaten or something like that. And I'm like, oh crap, I need to eat. Or I need to eat and I need to heal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so sometimes I just don't be paying attention because the dynamic health bar shrinks your health bar down so you can't see it. And it's like, oh yeah, it makes it your HUD cleaner. And it's like, the HUD is already clean enough. Like, I don't need to not be able to see my health bar to be like, oh my God, my health bar is up there and I'm not fighting a monster. Like, that doesn't necessarily need to be a thing. I think if that was implemented in the game, it was probably from portable games that have a smaller screen and like less screen real estate so that they move your stuff out of the way so you can see more, you know what I'm saying? So like, cause your bar usually goes like really far across the top of the screen.
Needed for the hunt. Actually, now that I think about it, this one might be up for debate. Number 14, in-game wiki on monsters, including carves, part breaks, and weaknesses.
I say this is a quality of life change. And in World, I think how it worked, I don't know exactly how much info they gave you before you saw the monster or before you collected a bunch of like footprints and stuff like that. But I think the more footprints and the more times you fought the monster, like the more you would learn about the monster. So therefore, the more would be in your hunter guide. I think that's how it works, but I don't even look at the hunter guide that often because most of the time I'm used to just looking at like Kironico or something like that. So I would just go straight there and forget that the in-game one existed, right?
Game providing a wiki for the player is arguably a quality of life change. The older monster notes in the older games would usually refer to a monster ecology over advice on how to kill the monster. The downside to including these notes is that the game would need to be balanced to match the player's full understanding of monster weakness, and I believe it has affected the monster health to have been inflated. Even worse, the developers could adjust the game so if the player isn't playing to the monster's weaknesses, they will be doing essentially 0 damage. I could probably pull up some numbers to compare, like Monster Hunter 3 to Monster Hunter World, but...
They should, let me see. So... ailments, initial resistance, next resistance threshold, maximum resistance, natural buildup, degradation, damage. The higher the bars on the graphs and the more stars, the more advantageous it will be for it's selecting, you selected blast. So for blast, your initial resistance is pretty high, right? And then the next resistance threshold is what, the same? And then maximum resistance, what? Maximum resist? I don't know what this means actually. I never looked at this. I just usually look at this to see, is it 2 stars blast? Okay, I'm gonna use blast or use fire blight or use fire because it's weak against it, right? I don't really know what this is. Natural buildup degradation. I guess it doesn't degrade fat. Like, I don't know what this means. I don't necessarily know what that these bars mean.
Weaknesses, they'll be doing essentially 0 damage.
Oh crap! You can't even see it.
Up some numbers to compare, like Monster Hunter 3 to Monster Hunter World, but
the bars
part of the fight.
The bars that I was talking about.
Player is arguably
I forgot to switch my camera over.
Change. The older monster notes in the older games, the damage of monster weakness.
But they were talking about this. So poison here is initial resistance is nothing. It has no whatever. Hold on. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
And I believe it has affected the monster health to have been inflated. Even worse, the developers could adjust the game so if the player isn't playing to the monster's weaknesses, they will be doing essentially 0 damage.
So I wouldn't go essentially 0 damage. I mean, I guess it would just take you way too long. Like if you didn't, like say if you weren't playing against with for the monster's weaknesses, and it made it so that like you actually were forced to use the weakness of the monster instead of trying to fight the monster with just anything, right? I wouldn't make it do 0, but I would make it do just enough to get by if you were keeping your DPS up and you were on the monster's ass for the whole 50 minutes. Like, so that it would, and I think that's kind of how it was with Velkhana. It kind of was hard to kill that monster. I would always get timed out trying to fight Velkhana, and I don't necessarily remember why, but like, that was one of the things where it was like, okay, well, I need to bring something that I can do a lot of damage with to Velkhana. I'd probably like bring a fire weapon or something like that to fight him, because I think it was Velkhana was ice, right? So that's something that I would like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, because then it makes your choices on your weapons and your choices in your armor meaningful. It's like, just make sure that you also had to make sure like your resistances to the monster weren't in the negatives for your armor. I think that's more important than I think right now your armor is more important. Like, your armor resistances are more important than the damage type that your weapon does.
I could probably pull up some numbers to compare, like Monster Hunter 3 to Monster Hunter World, but
it's too difficult to extrapolate anything concrete. Monster Hunter 3, Monster Hunter Rise, 15, 20, 15, 30, 20. Yeah, it's probably a different formula, you know, different weapons, like different weapon damage, different decos, different things that you could do. Whereas like the monsters, it looks like the monsters hold pretty much around the same like stats, like element damage on stuff, but it's probably the amount of damage that you can do to the monster based on decos and weapon damage that sends you through the roof on what you can do in Monster Hunter Rise to something versus what you can do to something in Monster Hunter 3.
honestly, the player could just as easily find these details on an online wiki via the internet, and I'm sure the games were balanced over the years with this in mind anyway. I'm sure the devs are aware that the players have probably data mined the games. To me, it breaks immersion when the game gives the player hunter all the monsters.
I don't think they balanced the game around that. I don't think they would balance the game around the fact that people are going to look up the stuff about the monsters. That just kind of is going to happen because not everybody knows where to go and what websites to go or knows to do that, right? So like to balance them around the fact that people are going to look up stuff about the monster, that's not the majority. I don't think that's the majority of players that play Monster Hunter. A lot of people are not going to be like, oh, I need to go look up this thing about the monster, especially now. Especially now. Now people are definitely not looking things up. They're not gonna go, oh, I need to go see what I can do against this monster. I mean, specifically, they probably not even looking at the thing in the game, to be honest. I don't even be looking at the thing in the game like that. Sometimes I'll look at it. If somebody mentions like, oh, what is this monster weak to? Usually you don't even have to look. If it's a dragon, only reason why I know this is because I looked. But if it's a dragon, it's probably weak to dragon. But that's the same thing in Pokemon. It's funny enough. The same thing in Pokemon. Dragon is weak to dragon. And then you have, if it's something that uses fire, it's probably weak to like ice or water or both. If it's ice, it's probably weak to fire. If it uses a lot of ice attacks or it's in an ice environment and it fights you with ice things, it's probably weak to fire. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some things have some like odd weaknesses, like weak to poison, stuff like that. But generally, you can kind of just eyeball what their weakness is. But if you want to know for sure, you can just look it up in the in-game guide, the in-game monster guide. You can see where all their weak points are, so you can try to aim for those weak points. It shows you where the items are, what items are for what monsters. I think that is a good quality of life change, that it tells you what the monster drops in low rank and what the monster drops in high rank. But you have to fight the monster first, right? I think you should have to fight the monster more than once to acquire more information about the monster. I think you should have to do that, because like the more you fight it, the more you learn about the monster, that type of thing. I think that should be how it actually should be.
Monster weaknesses the moment the player discovers a previously undiscovered monster species. It's very,
because it's not like you're not going to fight this monster or fight these monsters multiple times. Like, you're going to fight the monsters multiple times. But then the argument, I guess, would be, then why not just show all the information the first time you see the monster? Because, like, then it gives some meat. Like everything that I like to have changed in Monster Hunter, or that I like from the older games, or the stuff that they keep removing from the games, is the stuff that's like, that gives your choice meaning. Like, it gives the things you do meaning in the game. Like, you might do something that is tedious to one person, but like, because it's tedious, the things you decide to do around that tedious thing have some meaning. Whereas like now, a lot of the stuff that used to have meaning doesn't have any meaning anymore, but it's also not tedious. But it's like, it can be not tedious, but also have meaning. And fighting a monster like 3 to 4 times before you have all of the information for the monster in your hunter guide is not necessarily tedious, because you're going to fight these dudes multiple times anyway. But now you can have a reason to go out and fight a monster 3 and 4 times. It's like, not only are you going to go out and fight a monster 3 and 4 times to complete the guide of the monster, to see what all of the things are about the monster, but you're going to have more parts for, crafting or whatever. Like, and you won't have to just fight it just because you're trying to craft something. You'll have the option to, I'm fighting it mainly because I want to finish the Pokedex, right? I'm fighting it mainly because I want the armor, and as a side thing, you finish one of the entries in your Pokedex, right? Like, you can have a different reason for doing something than someone else, and still gain a secondary thing that has some meaning to it, but it might have less meaning to you and more meaning to somebody else, while the thing you're doing has less meaning to somebody else and more meaning to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like little things, little trade-off things there, little different reasoning for doing something.
Very unlikely the NPCs would be experts on the monster percentage data immediately after discovering it. And on that note, number 15, providing damage numbers when landing attacks. This is arguable.
So, the reason why I feel like, at least in the beginning when Monster Hunter World first did it, as a quality of life change, I think it's a stupid quality of life change, a useless quality of life change for it's a useless quality of life change for the game as a whole. Does it change anything? Nah, not really. Did it break my immersion of the game? Even though he said immersion is not a way to argue an objective thing, because like, that's subjective whether it's immersive to you or not. But my personal experience, not seeing the damage numbers, is I'm not looking at what number I'm doing. I just know that I should probably bring something that does more damage, or that I know that I'm doing more damage because I have white sharpness, or I have blue sharpness, or if, like, I'm just looking at the longsword person right now, where my longsword is at red gauge, right? I'm at white sharpness, I'm at red gauge, I'm doing the biggest amount of damage I can do. Or if I'm using a weapon and I'm hitting the hide of a monster and my weapon is bouncing off, I need to sharpen my weapon because it's not going through the monster. It's not sharp enough, right? Like that's obvious, right? That's the same thing happens whether the numbers are there or not. But like I'm paying more attention to the things that I bring with me and how fast I'm killing a monster, like versus like, okay, bringing this one weapon or bringing something that is weak to, like I'm paying more attention to how fast I'm killing a monster. It's like, oh, well, I think I'll bring this because I want to do it faster. But same thing it's the same thing with the numbers showing, but like I'm not looking at the numbers. Like people not worried about the numbers. I'm not worried about whether my numbers are super high or whether my numbers are super low. It's like, do I want to use this weapon because I'm pretty sure it's going to eke out a little bit more damage than this other weapon that I'm going to bring. You can just go test it now. Like you can just go test what things do more damage. Like there's a training dummy, you go hit it and it's like, okay, that did 67 damage. And then you take out your other weapon, you hit it. Oh, that did 49 damage. Okay, well, I think this weapon is probably stronger, so I'm going to use this weapon. Just basically looking at the thing, because like sometimes you can look at a weapon and look at its raw damage or raw attack and its affinity and its element and not know, and it's kind of close where it's like you're not going to know whether the one with the higher raw and the higher affinity is going to really do more overall than the one that has like a higher raw and no affinity or maybe negative affinity. It's like they might even be very similar. Like I tried this out with 2 charge blades and I found out they were very similar in power, but I prefer paralysis over the water charge blade, even though the water charge blade would hit harder, but I just prefer the paralysis to take the tiny damage cut and just be able to paralyze stuff a whole lot. And then now it's paralyzed, it can't move, and I'm just wailing on it, right? And I just get more damage off the fact that, and faster off the fact that it's paralyzed, rather than just trying to hit it with the water charge blade that hits harder.
Older titles, one could somewhat determine how much damage they're dealing through how much blood was released from the monster upon landing an attack. Of course, this does not factor in weapon bounces, which most new players assume was a wasted attack. In truth, you're still doing damage on a bounced attack. Overall, damage numbers do an excellent job at teaching the player how different weapons function, and whether or not the player has taken advantage of a monster's weakness. Objectively, it encourages the players to experiment, and is ultimately more useful than the monster note charts. My subjective view on this is that it just removes immersion, and makes the game focus...
That was what I was saying. That's the only thing that the damage numbers change, is it removes the immersion of being a hunter and like focusing more on like the monster's behavior rather than like the number that's popping off the monster.
Focus too much on DPS and high damage over just experiencing the game casually, though this will be different from person to person. Furthermore, because damage numbers are optional and they can be turned off and you can still enjoy the game and play the game just fine without them on.
It's like I can turn them off, but it's like at that point, like I know like people are saying that like all the things that people are asking for about the difficulty of the new game is basically being sweaty, but like I think turning the damage numbers off is a little more sweaty than I'd rather be. So I just leave them. Like I did turn them off at first in World, but then I ended up turning them back on because I was like, whatever. It's like it's nice to be able to see how much damage I'm actually doing, to know whether like, okay, well, should I upgrade my weapon? You know, like, oh, my weapon was doing a lot of damage on the few monsters ago, but like now I'm in higher rank and I probably need to upgrade my weapon or something like that. But I mean, regardless, you're gonna upgrade your weapon anyway. But like, it's like, oh, how much more damage am I doing with the upgraded version of the weapon over if I didn't upgrade it, right? Like it's like, but it's still a thing. You're focusing more on DPS than focusing on just upgrading your weapons for the sake of, you know, I'm supposed to upgrade my weapons now because I'm fighting stronger monsters. I need stronger weapons.
I'll consider this a quality of life change, but again, it's arguable. Number 16, providing whetstone sharpness on the HUD. Seeing your sharpness level is helpful. It does not affect...
Seeing your sharpness level on the HUD. Like, as in, like, I guess, like, the meter for how sharp it is. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Like, I don't think that really matters at all. I don't think anybody was, I don't, no, never, there was never a point where I was like, oh, I can see how much sharpness I had. Because it's like, you kind of feel it, but then when it breaks in Generations, and in I think in all the games prior to that, it tells you when your weapon gets low, it tells you your weapon sharpness is decreased or your weapon damage decreased or something like that on the screen. It pops up on the middle of the screen, and it's almost the same thing as it being up at the top of the screen, where it's like you'll see it or you'll hear it break. Like you'll hear your sharpness break, and then like you'll look up and be like, oh, okay. You don't even got to look up. You just know that it's time to sharpen your weapon. Unless you're at white sharpness and you drop the blue, and it's like, even at blue, I'm like, might as well sharpen my weapon, but I don't have to. Like, I don't have to sharpen my weapon. If I want to keep my DPS as high as possible, then on the way to changing areas, I sharpen my weapon, right? So like, I call my Sacred, jump on his back, he's auto running me to the next area. I start sharpening my weapon and heal and do whatever else I got to do before I get to the next area. Because I can do all that on his back. So, you know.
Affect the gameplay too much. Most players only sharpen when their level drops below their preferred spot anyway. It remains roughly the same even when the player can see the sharpness level, so I consider this a quality of life change. Number 17, implementing a wishlist system for equipment at the blacksmith.
This is a quality of life change. This is okay. This is 1,000% okay, because it just keeps you a list of what you're looking for. You can have a list. You can write down, like a hunter can write down on a piece of paper all the things that he needs and keep the little piece of paper in his pocket. Like, that's fine. Like, that's a quality of life change.
It doesn't affect gameplay balance, and this should have been implemented in the first gen. The only, like, literally the equivalent in Gen 1 would be just writing it down on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, right.
Whatever. Number 18, showing an entire weapon tree when upgrading or forging weapons. This is a quality of life change. This does not affect gameplay balance. The player would normally just use...
I think this is another thing that's just kind of immersion based, where I did like you can, okay, there's like I can argue for both of these. I don't care either way, because when you couldn't see them at all, you know there's more, right? You know there's more, but you don't know to the extent of what more there is. So when you unlock something new and something new shows up in the smithy, you're like, oh, what's that? Do I want it? Is it worth making? You know, like it might look cool. It might not even be that strong. It might be the same strength of the weapon you already got, but it's like, what, should I make this? Do I like it better than the other thing? Right? You can make that decision on whether you want to get it or not. Most of the time when you're picking up stuff and something, I guess they show you the whole weapon tree, and it's like you could just go through and see how many more of that thing is in that line, right? Like, but it's fine, because like now you can just make a plan for what you want. It's like, okay, well, this looks cool. I want to get this. What do I need, you know, to get to the next part? Like, it doesn't really make that big of a difference.
An online wiki via the internet, so this is far more straightforward and makes it easier to compare weapons. Number 19, reversing weapon upgrades. This is also a quality of life change.
Nobody cares about this.
Balance. Though to play devil's advocate, it does push against the concept of deliberate action where every decision matters, and it's all
a little like that. It definitely, I don't think I've ever found a reason to reverse a weapon upgrade. I don't even know why you would want to reverse a weapon upgrade. I don't think I've ever reversed a weapon upgrade.
Also arguable that is it even plausible in universe to reverse weapon upgrades? Like, how do the materials not get lost and consumed? I don't know. Number 20, implementing a training area to practice with weapons. So it makes no difference to the gameplay balance.
It's a video game, so it's okay. Like, it's having a training area to test out your weapons is okay. And also, if it was a in-game or in-universe thing, why wouldn't the hunters have somewhere to train and practice with the weapons before they go out and use the weapons to fight against monsters? So I find the training area great.
Balance, and this could have been implemented in the first game. In a title like Monster Hunter 2 DOS, the players would partake in a quest to practice instead. Abandoning a quest really has no penalties, so it makes no difference if there was a training area or not, so I considered it a quality of life change overall. Number 21, joining quests while they have already begun. Another quality of life change. If a player joins too late, they don't gain rewards, it's fairly balanced and doesn't change the experience very much.
Not in Wilds, apparently.
It's not much different from being carried by better players in previous titles. Though they changed it in Rise, you can still gain the rewards even if you join late. Number 22, there is no longer a separation between online and offline quests in World. I consider this a drastic gameplay change. In the older titles, offline quests were balanced for single player, while online quests were balanced for multiplayer.
And you could, in order to do some of the single player stuff, you had to do it by yourself. There were some things for you to unlock in single player, and you had to do it by yourself. That's not completely wrong. That's not completely wrong. Like, there's games that are single player. Every single player game doesn't need to have a multiplayer counterpart, and it also doesn't need to be mixed into the single player. So, like, either way, I don't care. I'd rather play with my friends. But the way they did multiplayer in base World was stupid. Like, it's still kind of stupid now, but like the way they did it in base World was like your friend had to wait in the town. You couldn't join with them at the same time, even though they removed the separation between online and offline. You couldn't go in at the same time. You would have to go into the story quest, go through the story quest, get to the point where you were fighting the monster in the story quest, then throw up an SOS, and then your friend could join you. That was the only way, which was dumb. And I figured that they would fix that in this game, which they didn't. I think they did separate it in Rise. So you had village quests in Rise, and you had the hub quests in Rise. Two separate things. So you could immediately play online as soon as you started Rise. You just had to go to the hub. Same thing with, I think, most of the other games, the older games. But now they've brought it all together. I think you still have to do it the same way. But I think you get credit for the story. I don't know this for sure, but I think you get credit for the story mission if you do the same story mission with somebody else that y'all both need the story mission. So somebody starts the story mission and you join. I think you get credit for it. Or actually you might not. You might not. I think you should though. Not if you join late, but if you join at the beginning of when you can join for the SOS, you should get the credit for going into the quest and doing the quest, because you're essentially fighting the monster, with somebody else. I mean, it's not like, well, I guess there's a beginning part. I guess because there's a beginning part that you would have to that you would have to go through with cutscene and story, and you wouldn't get that part if you did the story quest with somebody who started in the middle of the quest at the fight. So that's probably why. But I feel like if you did the quest already and you're helping your friends, like, let them join at the beginning so that you can go walk through it with them. The cutscene would just happen without them. They would see the cutscene, and then you would just be able to start with them already there. Something like that.
In World, the quests were balanced to be completable, but many of the higher difficulty quests were catered more to be completed with a group. This one's open to debate. Let me know what you think about this one. I considered a gameplay change. In Monster Hunter Rise, they went back to the old system. Yeah, I guess they prefer the old system. All right, and finally, number 23. It's a big one. The removal of paintballs. Now, there are many players who do not.
I actually respect the paintball now. They put paintballs in wilds, but why? But why? Why did you need paintballs in wilds? Somebody please explain it to me. What is the reason that I need a paintball when, number one, it's infinite. Number two, the cursor thing points to the monster that you're fighting for the duration of the quest. And even if you get, I don't know, somehow you get off of it and you're not pointing to the monster anymore and you're pointing to something else, you can just go on your map, open the map up, find the monster on the map and click on them and set a waypoint on them and run to them. What do you need a paintball for? I have no idea.
Not like the paintball system. On the immersion side of the argument, my subjective side of the argument, scout flies are more interesting as a tracking concept. World allows the player to gather physical tracks of the monsters and to follow the monster that way. On the gameplay side of the argument, scout flies assist the player in navigation, since the maps in World are extremely complex compared to older titles. They also bring the player to the monster quicker, and it's more streamlined than the paintball system was. In Monster 2 Dulce, it is extremely tedious to find the monsters on a map. They stay
in Monster Hunter, monsters are always residing in the same areas in maps, and they frequent specific areas in maps, and they usually take a certain path around the maps. So if you know where those places are, you know where to check. If a monster is limping and he's escaping you, you know he's going to try to go to sleep and recover some of his health. They always go to sleep in the same place. They don't go to sleep in different places. They go to sleep in the same place where they live in the map. So if you know where they live and you get him to limp, you know where he's going. You don't even have to guess. And they did this on purpose in Monster Hunter for you to really need to use the paintball sometimes, because sometimes a monster will run and jump off the side of an area and it looks like he's going in one direction and he pops onto somewhere else on the map. So that you can't just always be on his ass and know exactly where he went unless you have a paintball on him. You might lose him. But if you know where he frequents and you know where he goes when he jumps off the side of the map, off the side of the area, then you just know, you have the knowledge of where that monster likes to go because you've hunted the monster before and you memorize where it goes. That's not hard. It's not a hard thing to do, to remember which way he usually goes when he changes areas. But people don't pay attention, play Monster Hunter, and then complain that it's too hard because That's too tedious. I don't want to have to remember things. I don't want to have to think when I'm playing the game at all.
In a zone for a period of, I don't know, 10 seconds before they start flying away. The drones will circle a map within a minute. The player is not provided with anything tangible to track, like footprints. The game usually requires the player to just run in circles looking for the monster. Other options include waving at a hot air balloon, which will provide the monster's location. It should be noted that the game never tells the player that this is a trick that they can do. They kind of just have to tell each other. Or the player could also use a...
That's because it's probably meant to be an Easter egg. It's probably meant to be an Easter egg. It's not vital to beating the game that you know that you can wave at the balloon. But it's like how a cheat code is in a game. The game don't have to tell you that the game has cheat codes. Back in the day, games had cheat codes, but would you expect the game to tell you that the game has cheat codes so you can use the cheat codes? No, you're gonna find the cheat code online somewhere. You're gonna find the cheat code in a game facts book or whatever. You're gonna find the cheat code somewhere. Somebody's gonna tell you. I'm like, oh, did you know about the code to unlock infinite ammo in GTA? Like, did you know that there's this Easter egg? How come the game didn't tell me about this Easter egg? Why would they put this Easter egg in the game and then not tell me about it?
Psycho Serum, or they can use the armor skill that lets you see the monster on the map. In the end, the player is simply given a marker on the map and then they must follow that marker. There are two other notable methods to attract a monster. By playing a hunting flute, the monster may fly to the zone it's played in. This seems far more efficient than circling the map over and over,
slap
and I've done
them
it a couple times. Also, placing down raw meat apparently attracts monsters to that location, though I've never pulled this off. The game instruction manual for Monster Hunter 1 says it's possible, so I'm believing it, but maybe that's a lie? I don't know. I theorize that the game was designed this way to encourage online play. With 4 players, the player could split up and find the monster faster.
Exactly.
This is why there's a signal function. Interestingly, the signal function is still in Monster Hunter World, but I found personally...
It's still in Wilds. For what? Yo, it's all of this stuff that they brought back into the game or they put back in the game that don't need to be there. I'm like, why is it even there? Like you can't even use it no more. Like there's a ammo pouch or a coding pouch. What do I need a coding pouch for in Wilds? The codings are unlimited. What do I need a coding pouch for?
It was rarely used among players, aside from when it is automatically deployed when the player spots the monster. Another example of streamlining the experience so that the player doesn't have to worry about anything except attacking the monster. I believe that Chameleos was designed to counter the player's typical method of tracking monsters in Generation 1 and 2. Usually a player relies on their sight to find the monster. Chameleos is a monster that is usually always invisible. This requires the player to instead use their hearing to search for the monster.
Wow.
That hearing is sometimes just as vital, especially when it rains in the jungle. The trees obscure the player's vision, and the rain obscures...
That must be very annoying to fight. He is so invisible. He is so invisible. Please hit that monster with a paintball.
Hearing. The player needs to stop moving and really focus their senses. I really like that immersion aspect, but that's subjective. In Generation 3 and 4, they extended the period of time the monster stayed in each zone. The new strategy became memorizing the initial spawn point of the monster and dashing to that zone at the start of the quest before it begins to move. Tracking becomes obsolete once the player memorizes it. This is why scout flies are an interesting and...
So... the fact that the player memorizes where the monster is and where the monster likes to go. I feel like that's fine. Maybe to make it better, there's like 2 or 3 places that the monster can spawn in the beginning of a map. So that you have to do a little tracking. But you can't. It's hard for you to. You can't really track in old games. You You got to run around and find them. But if you know where they are and you remember where they are or where they start, you just go there. And if you wait too long, they will change areas. So they left it a little longer so that people can get to the area, find the monster. But you've already, like, you know, you're a hunter, so you know where the monster lives in the map. And if you wait too long, like you're standing there, you went to go get a drink, and the monster left the area, now you gotta go find them. This happened to me earlier today. I was playing the game. I put the game down. I forgot to pause it. Started the mission. I think I went to the bathroom or something, came back. It was like, oh crap, my game's not paused. I went to go to the place where I know the Velocidrome starts, and he wasn't there. So then I ran out the other door because I was like, well, he's not in the area that I came in through this side. I'm gonna go out the other door. Went out the back way. He's not here. I don't see him anywhere. And I'm gonna go the other place that I know he frequents. I'm gonna run around there, check these areas. I'm like, oh, there he is. Commence fight.
And fresh revision of the concept. Eventually, however, once the player has fought the monster enough times, they no longer have to collect tracks, and it'll be marked on the map instantaneously. I guess this is fine, because it's expected most players would simply memorize the monster's starting location, because they would have been grinding the monster anyway to get to that point. And I mean, like, the game wants you to grind every monster anyway. And I do admit, the stealth system is not perfect. Monster Hunter World's maps are convoluted messes, and at times I feel like the scout flies were
Bro, I thought Monster Hunter Wilds ran bad on my computer. I get not everybody has crazy rigs. Everybody doesn't have crazy rigs. But that makes me wonder, how long does it take him to render a video of this magnitude on his computer if his computer is running Monster Hunter like this? Like, how long did it take you to render this video? I'm curious.
Implemented more just to assist the player with navigation rather than tracking the monster. I believe a good balance between these two systems is possible. The monster tracking has been in the series since the beginning, and it can still be improved. Scout flies are a wonderful step in the right direction, not perfect, but I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for the next title. Oh, right, in Monster Hunter Rise, the monsters are already marked on the map regardless, no matter what, at all times. Well, it's to be expected. Capcom would rather remove features than find better solutions for them.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They just remove features. They remove the meaning for doing things instead of making meaning for things better or improving the way things work and actually just improving the quality of life rather than just making the game easier.
To me, the ideal solution is to keep the monster's position on the map a complete mystery until the player has spotted the monster. Then the monster will remain permanently on the map until it's defeated. The player would simply be required to start the hunt by using a vantage.
They could even, if they wanted to do it this way, they could even just have the monster markers on the map be question marks. They're all the same monster. They're all the same monster icon with a question mark over them. And then when you know where to go to find a monster, and then once you get there, you're like, oh, this is this monster. This is not the monster I'm looking for. Then you go pick another icon to go chase. You go chase that. You go chase that monster. You get there and you see, is it the monster that I'm looking for? If not, rinse, repeat, and through process of elimination, you find the monster you're looking for. You're technically still tracking a monster that you're looking for, but you have to find which one it is based on, or, you know, wherever the three ones are on the map. But then when you come to the map, the monsters are in different spots. Maybe some of the monsters that frequent this map overlap with some of the other monsters where they start in the areas. So like, say this Diablos, because there's a Diablos, a Raytheon, and whatever else that is. Let's just say Tigrex. I don't even know what that is in Area 10. But let's say the Diablos, right? Let's say Diablos is like, oh, he's in area 8, but you know, sometimes he starts in area 8, but sometimes Raytheon starts in area 8. You're like, okay, well, I know the 2 monsters that I want to fight usually start at area 8, so I'm gonna go there and see if that's the one that I'm looking for. And if it's not, then you're like, okay, well, I know that they also frequent this other area, but I know they never go to 10, so I know that this is probably the monster that I'm looking for. And you're still tracking the monster, but you're doing it in a way that like it's easier, but it's still meaningful to like be tracking a monster rather than like, okay, you looked at the map, you already know where the monster's at, you make a beeline straight for the monster that you were looking for because you already know where he is. Somehow you have like this innate ability to just know exactly what monster is where, but when you first get to the map and you've never been there before.
Vantage point and binoculars to spot the monster or memorize the spawning locations. I'd love to see a Monster Hunter game that spawns a monster like the intro cutscene of the original game. You wait by a river for Rathalos to swoop down and attack the Aptonoff. From there, the hunt begins. Just an idea. I spent the time to go over many of the gameplay changes and quality of life changes in this section to highlight that just because a game is different now, it doesn't mean that it's bad, or bad game design. Rather, we should acknowledge that for the most part, for the most of these changes, change is good. And a lot of these changes don't actually affect gameplay balance or immersion. They really just improve the player experience. I'm using...
World is closer. World is closer to the older games than the newer games are. And I truly think that what changes all this stuff is the mounts. And I don't care about the mount that's in the world at the end, because I'm pretty sure you can't call your mount during a fight in the Guiding Lands. I think. Like, your mount is just meant to get you to a place, and that's about it. Unless I just never thought to call my mount during a fight in the Guiding Lands. I don't remember. But like, you don't even get to use your mount until you're in the end game. So the rest of the time, it is an updated version, quality of life filled, older Monster Hunter game. After they introduced mounts in the Guiding Lands, mounts came to Rise, and now mounts are in Wilds, and they definitely affect the game balance heavily. And it's just because of the fact that you can get on your mount and ride around in the area and just heal and sharpen and not have to worry about escaping and hiding from the monster to sharpen or heal. You just hop on your mount and you never have to worry. That's probably the biggest issue of them all.
In this section to juxtapose most of what I've discussed in the previous sections, which I hope don't come off as negative, but I feel like they are negative. I'm attempting to prove that Monster Hunter as a series overall is focused on streamlining the gameplay loop for DPS boss fights. Many of the changes that affect the hunting itself are positive and largely appreciated by the community at large. Many will agree that without hunting monsters, it won't be Monster Hunter, so obviously prioritizing hunting monsters is encouraged.
But see, this is where I don't think I agree with you here. It's like, well, yes, it's called Monster Hunter and you want to prioritize hunting monsters. The whole hunter aspect of the game is you're getting less and less you're less and less about, or you're less and less a hunter and more just an action star going out to attack the monsters. It's like you're 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 preparing less for hunts. You're you're not really, it's just, I think that's it. You're just preparing less for hunts, and it's easier for you to jump on your mount and replenish all of your resources, hop off the mount and continue fighting the battle, right? Using your mount to save your life and all this other kind of stuff, right? Like, that's the problem. I think if you remove the mount, like I said, I don't know if, well, actually, like I said, I've said this to somebody else in a comment before, and I was like, I think if you remove the mount from the equation, like just for like G rank or something like that, like where it's reversed now, where in world, in the end game, you had a mount. In wilds, in the end game, like in like G rank, master rank, or whatever it is, the monsters are stronger, and your sacred is scared of those monsters, so you can't call your sacred because your sacred has run to hide and be safe somewhere because the monsters are so powerful they don't want to be around. Like that's the type of apex predator that these monsters are. That there's the endemic life, and like the smaller monsters are terrified of them because they're that strong. But like maybe certain monsters have a posse. I don't know, like something where it's like you just can't call your mount during a fight. I think that would make it harder, period, because now you have to run away and hide. You have to actually go back to old school stuff of leaving the area and trying to get the monster to ignore you. What you have the ghillie mantle, so you just ghillie mantle and you run off, and then you can heal. But you have to. So like you can't. But you see, the thing about the ghillie mantle is you can't ghillie mantle every 5 seconds. You can lower the cooldown of it with decos, with maintenance, but like you can't use it every 5 seconds like you can with your mount. Your mount has no cooldown. Calling your mount has no cooldown. So, but your ghillie mantle has a cooldown. So you can run around, and then when you get down to, I don't know, maybe your last couple of potions or whatever, and you're like, I just want to save some of them, and or I want to make sure I get away and use this potion without getting hit, you can ghillie mantle, get them to disengage from you, sharpen your weapon, and then like heal, and then go back into the fight. Right? Like something like that. But now you can't, like if you take big damage again, you can't just ghillie mantle. You know what I'm saying?
The issue is that we haven't had a true Monster Hunter game in so many years, and it's just been normalized to this Monster Hunter portable formula that I feel like the community as a whole has forgotten what it means to be a true Monster Hunter game in the first place. I've seen many people use the quality of life changes as an argument, saying that the older games are better.
So there's probably just more stuff. Like I don't think all of the stuff that you said was, I think you maybe, I don't know if you cherry picked, because I can't really prove it. I can't prove that you went through everything that was a quality of life change from Monster Hunter 1 all the way up into whatever the current game was when you made this video, which is probably World, because you're not talking about or Rise. It's Rise, because he's not talking about Wilds. But like, I'm sure that there are more than 23 things that changed about the game that did change, and some things, it might not even be a whole lot of things, but there's probably a few things, maybe one or two things in each game that changed, that made the game where it was like a quality of life change, but like a game balance change actually. And it's like some of the quality of life things, like being able to change your weapon, that's a quality of life change that doesn't really affect anything too much. Like arguable, right? Like arguable. Like you could run a hunting horn, and then you can hunting horn and play your stuff on your mount. You can attack off of your mount now. Like you could just ride around and like slash, and then like dip off and then come back and slash, ride off, come back, slash. Like you could just do that. You could just do that. You could just get damage like that. I don't know how long it would take you to kill a monster if you did that, but you could do that. And I would argue that's technically a game balance change, because you're moving quickly, you're able to get in and out, and the monster can't really do too much about it. They can knock you off. I've been rarely knocked off my sacred. Rarely been knocked off my sacred. I've rode up underneath monsters and just slash. I stopped doing it because it was just boring. Like it was just boring. I was like, I can't keep my weapon out and keep slashing. So it was like, I was like, this is boring. So I just got off and just went back to doing what I was doing and doing my, regular combos, blocking, doing damage, paralyze, doing the thing.
And I want to say that this is not the correct argument to have. The older games aren't better because the hunting is better. The hunting has progressively gotten better over the titles. I hope I've proved that.
No. The hunting has not gotten better. Getting to the monster, to fight the monster, has gotten simpler. Like the time between taking the quest and fighting the monster is now much smaller time frame. If that means better hunt, then like I may not want better hunts, because like everything else that was the meat in between there means nothing now. It means nothing. Let me say, it means so much less than it meant in the past. It meant so much. It means so much less now. Because it's crazy, because like it says the title of this video is How Monster Hunter Forgot Its Genre. But then you say that the hunting got better over time on these different games. That's completely contradictory to what the title of your video is. How Monster Hunter Forgot Its Genre. Its genre is a Monster Hunter game. Just like how Souls is a Souls game, like Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, they're Souls games. They're their own genre of game. Monster Hunter is its own genre of game. It forgot that the game is about preparing for hunts. It is about hunter-gatherer. Like he said it earlier, like you go from more being a hunter-gatherer to just a hunter. Like you're just always ready. You don't have to prepare. You don't have to go out and gather things and make sure your item levels stay up. Make sure you have what you need. Go out on gathering quests and gather different things. Maybe sometimes you have to go find a specific item that you don't get from a monster, that you don't get from not collecting things, or you don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to go to a specific area and in a specific part of the map to get a specific item to make this armor set, because like more than just monster parts go into the armor set. And it's like, okay, we need a Herculean beetle. That's what I'm looking for. I need 2 Herculean beetles to make a part of this armor set. And I have to go. Now it's only a 30% chance that you get it in this one area. So if I don't get it, then I have to abandon the quest and go back in. Could that be improved? Yes. Like you could make it so that it spawns more often in more places, but then I still have to go get it. And you give me more chances in different areas to go look for the thing, rather than removing that aspect of it altogether. Rather than me having to abandon the quest and restarting the quest and going to that area, seeing if I get it off of a couple of pulls, and then if I didn't, abandon the quest and go back in. But if you make it more available, you make it spawn in more places on the map, then I can go to those places and I have more chances to pull it. Would I still have to abandon sometimes? Maybe. But I would have to abandon less, much less, if it spawned more places and I had more pulls on the node. It would reduce the amount of the time that it took to get it, because I would just be able to pull more. Because in old games, you didn't always get a beetle from a it was just sitting on the wall or something, which is I guess fine. Like if you know where the thing spawns in the area and you go there and you see it on the wall, you throw a net at it and grab it. That's fine. That makes sense. They did do that, but like if they wanted to improve it from in the older games, they could have made it spawn more places in the context of that game.
The older games are perceived better by veteran fans because there is more to the game's experience than just DPS boss fights.
This is true. This is true. People say that all the stuff that you have to do is tedious before you fight the monster. And while, yes, in the past, I never liked doing the gathering quests. But as I've gotten older, I go back to the old game and I do the gathering quests because it makes the experience that much more fulfilling. For real, for real. It's like before, it's like, I just want to fight stuff. I just want to fight stuff. And now that I've gotten a game where I just want to fight stuff, I regret asking for that. Like, I regretted it. I regret it. I regret ever wanting a game where you just immediately get into a fight in the beginning of the game without doing anything else. Because there's so much more to the game than just fighting the monster and beating the dog shit out of it. Sorry.
Streamlining the experience is one thing, but removing features altogether is removing a part of the experience. The importance on certain actions performed in the game are lost because they've been streamlined into just oblivion, as I've said.
So, well, that's what I'm saying. So things have been streamlined into oblivion. Where and you remove things, but like some of the things that were removed were quality of life, like they were quality of life changes. They cause you to not have to do something anymore because it removes the tedious aspect of the thing. And I'm not talking about combining from the box versus combining from the list. Talking about like removing the need to run out of the area because you can just outrun the monster while you're in the same area. And like that's like, I don't know what that's removing, but it's like it definitely removes difficulty. It definitely removes meaning to like stuff. Like you remove the box to and the sacred is the new quest box. You'll never leave your quest box items behind again. Would it be tedious for you to run back to get your quest items? Yes, but they removed the map. And if you ran off without the map, or you didn't know the map was in the box, and people ran off without looking in the blue box to get their maps, they probably shouldn't even put a map in the box. You probably should be something that you make or you buy for the different areas, and you bring it with you. And if you don't bring it with you, you forgot it. Oh crap, I forgot my map. I forgot my map. I forgot to put my map in my inventory for this area. I got the wrong map.
Said before. The paintball and scoutfly systems are an excellent example of this, as because they're just gone now. By definition, hunting means to pursue.
So they brought the paintball back, but they don't even, for the scoutfly, you just look on the map and you click on a monster and off you go.
Pursue and kill. You can look this up. Hunting is to pursue and kill. By removing the pursuing, we're now only killing. This isn't monster killer, this is monster...
It's monster murderer, okay? It's monster murderer.
Monster hunter. I fear that other systems will eventually be streamlined into oblivion. Take, for example, the whetstone. And I know this is an extreme example, and we used it in a previous video, but take, for example, the whetstone. In Monster Hunter World, the whetstone is a permanent addition to the player item pouch and is now infinite use, similar to the pickaxe. These are also quality of life changes. The whetstones were implemented into the original game to prevent the player from hitting the monster too much. It's to prevent DPS, and to have the player be conscious about their hits. I didn't explore sharpness skills when I discussed all the attack boost skills, however there are many skills that abuse weapon sharpness levels to negate the whetstone's purpose. In Monster Hunter World Iceborne, there are builds that utilize Teostra's technique, a skill that prevents weapon sharpness from dropping when landing critical hits. Coupling this with the affinity boosting skills, it is entirely possible to negate weapon sharpness drops altogether, negating the need for a whetstone entirely. Is it really crazy to fear that eventually Capcom may remove whetstones from the game entirely? Because they're already negating the need for it using the skills. That's why I think...
And then you know what they're gonna say? It was tedious. It was tedious to sharpen your weapon anyway. That's what they're gonna say. It was tedious to do that. Somebody already said to me, it's tedious to eat every 5 minutes. When you don't, you just eat before you go on a hunt. That's all. You just eat before you go on a hunt for different skills to activate for each hunt based on what you were getting ready to do or who you were about to fight. That's it. That was so tedious. I guess scrolling through your menu to heal and pick the correct potion to use is also tedious, because now in Monster Hunter Wilds, on your radial menu, there's just a use whatever potion is good for the situation button. It turns into whatever potion based on how much health you have. It's too tedious to pick the right potion. It's too tedious to sharpen your weapon in a game where you have to sharpen your weapon. Like, this is the only game you have to sharpen. That's too tedious. Walking around the map without a mount is too tedious. Stamina, is that too tedious? Healing, is it gonna get tedious enough where, oh, we just got unlimited health? Like what? It's like, oh, having to do things in a game, and those things are not directly tied to fun, are tedious, and they should not be in games. Grinding should never be in a game. Leveling should never be in a game. And it's crazy because this game doesn't have levels. And where you get your power from is your gear. So it's like, how many things are going to be removed because some players find them too tedious? And now everything is going to be streamlined into pressing a button. The AI is gonna just know what to do based on the situation, where you can just mash one button in easy mode. Monster Hunter easy mode and just mash one button and it does everything for you. Like how where's the line of like removing things from Monster Hunter until you're not hunting anything anymore? Because it already kind of feels like that. Like I'm just going out and just kind of just kind of beating monsters down into extinction. We are beating monsters into extinction.
It's a perfectly reasonable fear, and while I don't think Capcom will actually do it, it makes
I wouldn't put it past them.
You wonder, well, if they keep prioritizing DPS, what level will they actually go to? I found the way that Capcom advertises Monster Hunter games is actually quite similar to advertising fighting games. They reveal the monsters one by one, every single new monster through the trailers. They'll even put their names on the screen like they're fighters from a fighting game roster. By the time you play...
I mean, they do make Street Fighter. I mean, the monsters are the draw of the game. That's kind of, you know, the monsters and the hunting is the draw of the game. Feeling like you're a hunter that's out there hunter gathering is the draw of Monster Hunter. Now there's like not much gathering. Instead of changing how gathering or enhancing how gathering fits into the game, they just remove the need for you to really gather anything.
Play the game, you already know every monster in the game. Nothing is a mystery. It's all in the open, and it's very much highlighted. I believe this plays into their design philosophy. They advertise the boss fights the player will engage in. They're rewriting Monster Hunter's gameplay loop as a fantasy boss fight game, not a fantasy hunting simulation game.
Because that's boring. Because for most people, that's boring. You see how much they are. You see how much they are succeeding with it bringing people into the game. Because the monsters are really cool. The monsters are cool. The weapons are cool. The way the gear looks is cool. And that's what you want to chase. Well, for me anyway, you want to chase the gear. You want to fight those big monsters. But they don't want a challenge from the big monsters. A lot of people, they don't want a challenge from the big monsters. They just want the power fantasy of beating the dog shit out of the monsters to get the cool gear. And that's it. They don't want to hunt, they don't want to gather, they don't want to look for the monster. They want to go into the quest, beat the crap out of the monster maybe once or twice, get the things they need, and get out. And like, generally that's what you want to do. But I want to get to the point where I can beat the monster so bad because I've gotten better and I've learned about the monster. Not because I'm just hitting the monster a lot and the one or two times it tries to swing at me, I just roll to the left and then continue to beat the dog shit out the monster. And then when he looks at me and he goes, ah, and then he does this super slow ass swing. And it's like the only way I'm getting hit by monsters in Wilds and like Rise and these other games is because I'm just being too greedy. Because if I wasn't greedy, then it would be boring. But let me tell you who I can't be greedy versus. I can't really be greedy versus Arkveld, and I can't really be greedy versus Gormagala. Those are the only two I can't really be greedy against. I can be greedy against everybody else. Every other monster in the game, I can be greedy against. Go Solo Tempered Gore. I almost beat Solo Tempered Gore the other day, but somebody joined my game. Like I'm just gonna play with Charge Blade and beat him. And then you're gonna ask me why I block so much. Because that's what somebody else asked me. Why do you block so much? Well, that's what this big ass shield is for. I'm gonna block, he's gonna swing at me, and I'm gonna guard point him, and then he's gonna try to hit me again. I'm gonna block it. A lot of the thing with Temper Gore is you don't know when he's gonna turn around and smack the shit out you when you're playing with like 4 people. I think that's what's so scary about Temper Gore is when you're playing with 4 people, you don't know whether you're gonna draw aggro from him or not. So like you go up to attack him, and then he turns around and smacks the shit out you, and you're like, fuck. But when you're soloing him, you're the only person there. I mean, minus, you and your Palico. But like, even if I remove my Palico, I know what he's going to do. I just need to not get hit. Or if he's looking at me and it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna block. And that's what and most of the time, even with like Arkveld, it's like I'm gonna try to perfect guard. I'm gonna try to guard point. Guard pointing is probably easier to do, and I get a little bit of damage. And then with perfect guard is more of a risk. But usually it's only more of a risk if I'm already blocking and he goes to swing at me and I try to unblock. I let go of block and try to reblock. Usually I get hit when I do that every time. So like if I'm holding block and he goes to swing at me, I just have to hold block because it's just every time I try to unblock and reblock, I get hit. Temper Gore was what I wanted my tank build for. Now that I cleared it with bow, I'm straight. You wanted your tank build for so that you could just tank all his hits, I guess. Like I don't think there's any question that I can solo that monster. Like I don't think there's any question I can solo that monster. Will I die once or twice? Maybe, probably. I know the first time I fought Tempered Arkveld, I think I got hit twice. And as soon as it started, I got hit twice and I died. I was like, shit, that was a hit way harder than I thought he was going to hit. But then like after that, I was like, all right, let me just not get hit. But then I still have the balls. Even though I got hit twice by Temper Arkveld, I still have the balls to try to perfect guard him. I still have the balls to like just run up in his grill and beat the dog shit out of him and then just get out of the way of his hits and try not to get hit. You know? Temper Gore, I can fight him with Sword and Shield. I can fight him with Charge Blade. I can fight him with Insect Glaive. And this is the weapons that I'm pretty sure I could kill him with. Probably bow because of perfect dodge. I think perfect dodging is easier to do than perfect guarding because it's not the same thing. You have a big window to evade with a bow evade, where like you'll evade, and within this big window, if he hits in there or if any part of the hitbox goes into there while you're evading, you get perfect guard. Now it's not like a huge window, but it's a pretty big window compared to trying to perfect guard. And I don't know if every time you perfect guard you get like power clash. I'm not sure how power clash works. I don't know if you need the perfect guard a certain amount of times. I wouldn't doubt it if you needed the perfect guard like 3-4 times before you get a power clash, but I'm not sure. I do, however, need to get to
game.
Okay, that was the end of his this section. That's the only section. It took me two. How long was this section? 15 to 2:40. That was about a 30-minute section. Almost. About a half an hour section that I've been talking about this whole time for 3 hours. Almost probably 2.5 hours. Probably 3 hours. I've been talking about this one section. Recommended lobby. I should have did online single player. I shouldn't have let it knock me offline. I don't know if somebody will. Maybe tomorrow I'll look at some of the responses on my what? Like, look at some of these, because this video is doing very well. It's at 1,400 views and has like 60 something comments. I'm sure it has lots of dislikes, but I can't see it. I can look on my. It's got to have lots of dislikes. And it's because there are more people. There are more people playing this game that would rather not have a challenge than people that want a challenge and like the hunting aspect of the game, like aside from just fighting the monster. Like, I get it. Fighting the monsters are the most exciting part of the game. But the hunting and the hunter-gatherer part of the game makes that part of the game much more fulfilling. Because then when your items are limited, if your items are limited and the items you take in, you use up, and then you get beat, you've used up those items that you spent time collecting and crafting and stuff like that. And then you don't want to lose those things. So, like, you go into the fight Oh yeah, it definitely has more dislikes than it has likes. It has 10 likes and it has 14 dislikes. That's it's crazy that it's like that. It's crazy that it's like that.
absolutely be good at what you do and still be a personality hire. But if you start slipping, nigga, you better start telling some jokes. You can absolutely be good at what you do and still be a personality hire. But if you start slipping, nigga, you better start telling some jokes.
Everything Trump has done so far has been sloppy. Whether it's Doge not knowing who they're firing, ICE not knowing who they're deporting. Turns out they can't even do a classic DEI purge right.
Tonight, the Pentagon sparking outrage after removing from its website a story celebrating the Army record of American icon Jackie Robinson.
A senior military official tells us tonight that the Pentagon relies on computer software to scrub DEI content from its websites, and that ultimately those stories about Jackie Robinson were removed by mistake.
Oh, don't blame us. Blame our racist software. We should have never used Chat KKK.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oh my god, not to mention that not to mention that my game is sometimes just forgucked. Sometimes it's just forgucked. I might do a purge of my computer. I might need to. Like, my computer's not running exceptionally bad or anything like that, but could do with a purge. I don't know if I want to do that though. For real. Unless I get a new computer. Forgucked. Wonder how it would look. Like having this is so crazy. I could just move this joint around. I could set it up, rotate. I want to put it there though. I have a taller jaw. I actually have a taller jaw. Paddles. This is my oh crap. I forgot that's my B button. B button. Here. This is what I hold down when I'm charging insect glaive. And then I hold this for focus. Insect glaive. B. Focus.
service members with that last name and an image of the B-29 aircraft Enola Gay, which dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
That's how lazy they were with this. They just control F for gay-sounding keywords. Anything that shows up. The kids won't know about the Enola Gay, they won't know about transport planes, and they'll never hear about the heroic service of Captain Grinder McScissory. What's extra tragic is this could have all been avoided if they had just named the plane Enola Gay No Homo, you know? Everything Trump has done so far has been sloppy. Right. Whether it's Doge not knowing who they're firing, ICE not knowing who...
Enola Gay No. It's my is this the water one? Yeah. I already have Paralyzer 3. And then. Nope. No. I didn't mean to do that. Get off me. Get off. Get off. What's up with my... Oh, that's right. I think I... Bro. Oh.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? Supply shipments come in. Hope you find something useful.
What is going on? I would like it even more if this game's overall performance was just better. I would very much enjoy it. Why do I feel like I'm not close enough? What the fuck? Bring your ass. I should be guard pointing him. Oh. I'm gonna hit. God damn it. I want to charge my weapon. That's the problem here. Ah, fuck. Son of a bitch. Get up. Damn. Damn. I couldn't tank that hit. Ugh. I can't wound him twice either. Or I don't get a finisher.
Don't worry, you'll get him next time. We've been given more supplies. Check your sacred's pouch.
What? I knew he was gonna fucking do that, yo. I can't. It's so hard for me to charge my blade, actually. Like, 'cause as soon as I do it, he turns around to hit me, like on purpose. Guaranteed. You son of a bitch. It was active for that long. He'd do the same thing Narakuga do. Move, nigga, move! I use a mega potion for nothing. I need to make a different one. Wow, he got knocked so far away. Where you going, you little biatch? You piece of dog. Underneath this. Tripping. Oh my God. They auto. I guess that's quality of life too, huh? Like I've been noticing that they auto charge my blade when my weapon bounces. Yo, you be late, yo. Like I'd be like, all right, where he at? Maybe he'll heal me. And then as soon as I press the heal button, here he come. Fuck. I don't have what the fuck is going on? God damn it, son of a bitch. Shit just called the sacred. Got on him. Oh, I don't have. Oh, yeah, I do. Wow. This nigga uppercutted me. That's the only situation. That's the only situation that like I would have been like, damn, really could have used some really could have used some trank knives as he uppercutted me away from the trap. Like like that's the only time. I would also like it if I wasn't fighting Tempered Gore Magala at 20 FPS. I really would like it if I didn't have to fight him at 20 FPS. Oh man. Why, bro? Why did y'all? I'm so frustrated with Capcom right now. Until they fix this game, yo. Can y'all why am I running it like the nastiest FPS, bro? And like 30 it don't even, and 30 is 30 at frame with frame gen on, bro. Like everything. And it don't even really, and putting everything on low doesn't really make it too much better. Like it's like it's crazy because some days my drone be running smooth and other days it's running like trash. I don't get it. Could be worse. Look up a Atomic Times and imagine it there. Imagine what my FPS. Helldivers runs just fine on my computer. Everything else I've played runs just fine on my computer. Don't matter what's going on. It's their terrible optimization. And I have a mod. Like I have a mod on that allows me to use frame gen from AMD with NVIDIA DLSS, which NVIDIA DLSS is supposed to be a better upscaler than AMD FSR, right? But if I have AMD FSR on, and then I can enable frame generation from there normally, right? So without frame gen on, I'm at 26. Like it just don't make no sense. Like the game ain't that crazy. Like the game ain't that crazy for it to be running like that. And it's like, oh, you have to use frame gen. You have no choice, but you have to use it. Might not. They just upgraded times and it's bricking people's frames. Yeah, but let me see. I want to open Monster Hunter World. Let me close this shit.
Potential for a successful hunt.
Holy dude. Like, holy, man. maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because it's rendering on 2 screens. I don't know, man. It still shouldn't do that because none of the other games I stream have this issue. Who's
Incoming transmission. Hey, what up, ladies and gents? It's your favorite Asian robot.
whose frames is it killing?
Incoming transmission. Hey, what up, ladies and gents? It's your favorite Asian robot. And what we're going to do in this video is we're going to go through all the different...
Whose frames is it killing? If it was a real problem, it would be showing up on YouTube. Oh, look, there's me. I was like, that looked like me. And then I was like, oh, that is me.
What's up, legend? We've tested out a lot. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here, dude. Okay. Come on, Rocket Sentry.
Ain't nobody frames getting blown away by this game. You know why? Because they made the game. They made it better game. Because they know how to make a game. And I guarantee they were forced to use RE engine, knowing that it was going to be dog shit. And they were like, just use it because it's cheaper. It's our in-house engine. You got to use it. We're gonna use it for everything, every game. You could do it. We could just use our in-house engine without having to pay for anything, and that way we keep all the money. It's annoying. It's not even just Capcom logic, dude. Like they who else did that? EA did the same thing with Frostbite engine. Use Frostbite engine for everything, and it's just not. It's not a for everything engine. Y'all didn't even like. Y'all had to make up stuff to put in the engine, and then like it just don't run well because it wasn't made for that. It wasn't made to do what y'all trying to do with it. And it's like y'all didn't even bother like optimizing the engine so that it could be for that. It seemed like y'all just made a game in an engine that didn't call for it, and then was like, oh, well, it worked for Street Fighter. You know, it worked for Street Fighter, so you know maybe it'll work for Monster Hunter Wilds. Big open world giant monsters with fur physics and wind physics and all this stuff. You know they got big splashes of color in Street Fighter, and you know. Oh, no one has anything positive to say about EA. EA is something else. EA is something else. It's so hard. Oh, would you hear for the I just soloed Gore? I soloed Gore and caught him. He definitely hit me a lot, but I was also playing Gore at 20 FPS. Yeah. I was also playing I was playing tempered Gore at 25 to 35 FPS. Adds a whole nother layer of difficulty. I beat him though. And Gore does the same thing. Gore does the same thing that Nargacuga does. I noticed. I don't know who did it first, because I never fought Gore, and I did fight Gore. I fought Gore in story mode in 4, but like I don't remember him doing specific things, but he definitely jumps behind your camera all the time. Like he picks somebody and then he jumps over your head. He literally just runs at you with no hitbox, runs past you and gets behind you. And then he forces you to have to turn around and hope that you weren't like, cause I'll try to block. Like he'll run at me and I'll be trying to block, but there's no hitbox. So now I like let go of my block to turn around. Sometimes I don't let go of my block to turn around, but you turn around faster if I let go of block. Turn around and then he's like roaring in your face or swinging at you or something, and then jumps over your head. And then like I'm just like, yo, stop trying to get behind me, bro. Like trying to cross you up. Yes, I carded. Yes, I carded 2 times. I still beat him. You don't expect to do things. You don't expect to do hard fights without carding. Never once did I say that like you shouldn't cart doing hard fights. Like you definitely will cart doing hard fights. And tempered Gore is the only hard fight in the game because he puts a thing on you and then you take more damage. you take more damage. Your second message didn't send. What was the second message? Good job. The event armors, are they cool looking? If they're not cool, I don't really care, to be honest. Like the hat with the little thing under it, I could care less. The hearing aid, I could care less about that too. Yo, Palm, yo, what's up, man? What's up, man? Thanks for the raid. For the raid, bro. Yo, we here. I ain't see you in a minute, man. I live in Washington now, right? We monster hunting out here. I wanna open Monster Hunter Wilds back up, but I don't at the same time because it seems like today is not a good day for Monster Hunter Wild. Like it's just not a good day for my computer to be running Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, I moved here in October 2023. October 2023. But it made getting to Evo easier. It's just a shorter flight. I went to Evo last year. I met with Aaron and Bug and the rest of them, and a lot more people are going to be going to Evo that I know this year. So this year is going to be the best Evo to ever happen ever. Phase 2. What's up, man? Is that how you say Phase 2? Is it for Q? For Q? All right, I get it. Yeah, as soon as I started reading it, I was like, wait, no, oh, okay. Okay. You going to combo breaker for the first time? Yo, man, traveling for events is always a good time, yo. It's always a good time. Let me see what's on my Yo, he's still playing this Bleach game? Yo, thanks to this. Welcome to the squad. Fuck you too. Iron Saga. 2D mech fighting game. This mech is ugly. I don't know why anybody would ever pick it. I hate when they... I don't even know why they be putting these ugly, corny looking mech characters in games. I guess some people just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play the goofy character. Why would I? What is it? A free demo?
Cute.
What? This is not Bleach. A Thundercat fighting game. I don't think that Joe would last too long. And then they would charge too much for it. They charging 60 or 70 for this Hunter x Hunter game. That's way too much. It will be broken. It has to be. It has to be. What do they call it? Kusoge? It has to be broken for it to be any fun.
8.5.
I-70. Yeah, that's why City of the Wolves gonna be godlike. City of Wolves was actually fun to play. Like at first, because I never played the old games, right? And I never played the Mark of the Wolves, but I remember people playing Mark of the Wolves. And I didn't, there were people that really loved it, but I've never played like SNK games. Like I've played a bunch of other games, I guess mostly being Capcom, but like I played Capcom games, NRS games, and some other anime games, but I just don't really ever play SNK games. But I played the beta for City of the Wolves. I didn't even plan on playing the beta for City of the Wolves. I was like, I guess I'll give it a shot. Might as well download it. And at first I just didn't get, the combo system, but then I was messing around with it a little bit more, and I started to get it a little bit, and like canceling specials into specials and all the stuff, the different stuff you got to do. It's a lot of mechanics.
Whoa, that one was cool. 8 out of 10.
I mean, that's fine because you don't need a lot of characters for like a Kusoge, like broken fighting game. You only need a couple of characters. Then you can make it really broken, and it'll only be a couple of characters, and then it'll be like one character that's just like really dig this one. Head and shoulders above everybody else. Like at first it felt heavy, then after a while I understood it. It became fun as fuck. Yeah, it definitely felt heavy, and I was like, I don't understand how to do combos. I'm like, do they want me to do? So then also some of the Street Fighter 6 was bleeding over into it. I was thinking about entering that over entering Tekken 8 for Evo. I'm entering Street Fighter 6, and I just decided. Well, I bought my Evo tickets already, so I was gonna enter Street Fighter 6 anyway, and I was like, it's either gonna be City of the Wolves or Tekken 8, and I'm like, I'm just gonna play Tekken 8. Last year, I almost made it out of my pools in Tekken 8. That was kind of crazy, because like Street Fighter is the game that I had been playing the most, and I hadn't even played any Tekken when I got to Vegas, like at all. While we was in our Airbnb, I didn't even know somebody had a PS5 with Tekken on it, but we was playing Street Fighter, and I didn't even know he had Tekken. So I was like, if he had Tekken, I would have played Tekken before I went and played my pools, and I might have made it out of my pools that day. But I was literally one game away in the set from making it out of pools. And it wasn't even like it was DQs or anything either. And I played against two or three other Alyssas. It was either two. I think it was two Alyssas. I either lost to a Hwoarang or a Steve, one of the two, but I think he was actually sick. I don't know. I don't know. I guess he made it out. Yeah, I think he made it out on winner side. If I would have won, I'd have made it out on loser side. But I lost to a Azucena. I lost to Azucena 2-1. The reason why I played a robot, bro, so I started playing what's his name? Vincent? Is his name Vincent? I forgot boy name. I only played him at the start of the the fuck is boy is it? Is his name Vincent? The boy with the Victor Vincent. Yo. Victor, I played Victor at the start because I like samurai characters, and he got like the whole samurai thing going on. But then I kept the only character in the game that I could not beat when I ran into them was Alyssa. And I was like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do about this character. I no matter what, even if the players are bad, I would lose to this character. So I was like, I'm just gonna pick the character up and learn the character, because if I learn the character and what people do to beat the character, then I have to know how to beat the character, right? But then I just was like, I just like playing this character now. So I continued to play Alyssa for the rest of the time. And I never played Alyssa in any other Tekken before Tekken 8, which I'm kind of glad, because she's very I think she's very different than she was in previous Tekkens. So only playing this version of her let my like muscle memory not be tainted by past Alyssas, right? And I just learned Tekken 8 Alyssa. So then I was like, okay, I see why this is messed up. But then when I was playing Tekken, a lot of people used to come on my stream. Like when I was streaming Tekken a lot, when Tekken first came out, and I would explain to everybody how to deal with chainsaws. So you can't adjust deco slots on armor? What do you mean? Like add and remove deco slots? Nah. They are meant to be what they are, and you have to work around what they have. I mained Lee and struggled a lot in Tekken 8. That shit hurt my soul. What rank did you struggle at? Because I know when it first came out, I think I got to Garyu, and like Garyu was like the wall. And I got to Garyu was like the wall for a little bit, And then once you broke through the Garyu wall, I got to Tenryu, and then eventually I broke into Mighty Ruler, and I ended off playing the game at Flame Ruler. But like, it's crazy because there's a lot of people who were just like, this is my first Tekken. And I guess it's the same thing as like Street Fighter 6 and like more recent games, where when people are playing like one of these games for the very first time, like they've never played any previous Street Fighters or never played any previous Tekkens, they have no frame of reference. So like, they're like, okay, well, I don't know what I was supposed to do in the previous Tekkens, or I have no muscle memory or no prior like knowledge of the game. So everything they learn in Tekken 8 and everything they learn in Street Fighter 6 in the new games, it's a fresh thing in their mind, and everything that they learn is going to help them substantially. And then like for people that played the past games, you got to like unlearn a whole bunch of stuff and learn new things. And I think maybe with Tekken 8, I think playing a new character that's only in Tekken 8 probably helps with that, because like if you play the same character that you played in previous games, you'll probably default to doing what you used to do, and then you won't learn new stuff, or it'll be harder to learn new stuff because you're used to doing something from the older games. But if you've never played the character before, or the character's brand new and they're kind of like made for the new game, then they will kind of force you to learn the new mechanics and stuff like that. It didn't really work for Street Fighter 6 for me, because like I still don't be using DI as much as I should be, and DI still kind of gets on my nerves. Like, it doesn't get on my nerves where I'm like, it need to be completely removed from the game. I just be mad at myself because I don't react to it as often as I should, and I don't use it offensively as nearly as often as I should. Got to Fujin, then stopped. I ain't want to die off high blood pressure. I love myself. I have to go back. I have to go back eventually. I gotta play some more Tekken. I'm gonna play some more Street Fighter. I'm gonna play more of both. Definitely before going to Evo, of course. But Monster Hunter Wilds came out and reignited the Monster Hunter scene. So like, I started playing Monster Hunter again, and my Monster Hunter content is doing all right. So I'm just working with Monster Hunter right now, and I might end up playing Street Fighter in the background and playing Tekken in the background, and then bringing it back out closer to Evo. That's probably what I'll do. But I don't even barely have enough time, because like, I'll be working, you know, go to work 8:30 or like 9 o'clock, 9 to 5 or whatever. And then sometimes now it's probably gonna be like 9 to 6 sometimes, and then come home, be tired because I've been like standing up working all day, making signs, and then like come home, fall asleep on the floor watching YouTube for like 2 hours, wake up, stream, or wake up, make a video, post a video, make some scripts for my new Monster Hunter TikToks, and then go to sleep super late, wake up in the morning, go to, like, I barely have enough time to do stuff. It's crazy. If I get back into Tekken 8, and then when you cool boy, the high blood pressure might kill me. Fuck the heat system. Yeah, the heat system is wild, but at least with the heat system, the game kind of like, it kind of forces you to use it. It's like, you need to be using this. If you not using this, you not winning, right? That's how I wish DI was, but like, the problem with me and DI is that like, I know that I probably should be DIing very, very often, and probably in situations that I probably shouldn't be DIing, and just doing it as much as I can to find out where the best places are to do it. But I hate losing to people online because of it. And then people that are playing online that have only played Street Fighter 6, that I'm probably in that area where it's like the Street Fighter 6 players are just Street Fighter 6 players and they're not Street Fighter 5 or Street Fighter 4 or anything else. And I press the DI button and they respond with DI almost every time. The only time that I will use DI is when they're burned out. That's the only time where I'm like, all right, I need to do it. Are they burnt out? Now I can go for my burnout strings and push them into the wall, you know. But when they're not burned out and using DI, I need to work on that. I need to get more confident. I need to watch some people do it, because I think that in a tournament setting, it's going to be much different than a online setting where, well, of course it will be, but in terms of like doing DI to people in a tournament based on what they're doing and how they're playing, and just doing it, and then like they not respond to it because they're like, who would use DI right there? And like, why would you do that there, right? Just like I be saying that about the people that be playing online, except I know that I'm doing this on purpose. and it's like you're doing it with the bell curve. It's like people don't know what they're doing. They're using DI and they're just doing it because to do it. And then it's like the people at the top of the bell curve are like, oh, we don't use DI because I don't be paying attention to it, and then I get hit by. And then down on the other side of the bell curve, it's I'm using DI because I know they're not gonna react to it. Like, it's wild. I only use DI to counter DI. That's it. But no, see, that's what I'm saying. Anybody that played previous Street Fighters a lot, doesn't matter what Street Fighter. Anybody that played previous Street Fighters is always going to not really fall into the new mechanic as easy. And I don't know why that is about Street Fighter. But in Tekken 8, maybe I don't know, man. Maybe because Tekken 8 doesn't have some didn't have some inherent thing that was that game changing before. Whereas like you had Rage, but Rage was just kind of automatic, and then you had a super, and you knew you were in Rage, and you could use your super, your Rage Art, or you could use your Rage Drive. You could choose one or the other. You want Rage Drive for pressure? Do you want Rage Art for damage? Right? And like, but in Street Fighter, it's like I started in Street Fighter 4, right? I started playing Street Fighter 4. But I wasn't like a competitive Street Fighter 4 player. I played a lot of Street Fighter 4 with my friends and stuff, but I was a Marvel player during that time. So like we played Street Fighter because it was out and people were playing it, but we were Marvel players. So like I used Focus Attack a lot. That was my first Street Fighter. I used Focus Attack, especially with like I played Hakan at one point because somebody online was hit me with Focus Attack. They would do slide forward Focus Attack. They would hit me and then do super, and then your face would fall on their feet and you get caught in the super. It's the super that you have to be in the air for you to get hit by. And when you're crumpled, your count is in the air. And your face would fall on his feet and you would get caught in the super. And I was like, I'm going to do that to people. And I started using Focus Attack a lot. In Street Fighter 5, I never used V-Trigger as much as I should in the way I should have. But I did use it more than I used DI. Way more than I used DI. And then when I started getting a hang of playing not Sura. The hell is her name? Akira. When I started playing Akira, and I started like really like getting in the groove with that character, I was using a lot more V trigger. I was using V trigger before that, but I was using a lot more V trigger with her once I really got in the groove with the character. With Street Fighter 6, I've never gotten into a groove of hitting people or risking pressing DI. It feels like I'm rolling the dice. It feels like gambling when I press the DI button and they're not burned out. With V trigger, you had plus frame setups. With focus attack, you could dash out of it. It wasn't that committal. You could focus attack, dash cancel out. You could focus attack and let it rip. Right? You could go for it, but they weren't gonna like refocus attack you. Like they weren't gonna focus attack your focus attack, right? Like,
and it's all right. And it's as much as I tried to like learn a little bit of it, it's got some cumbersome tutorial stuff.
But DI is a different beast. DI feels like
it is definitely an arena like Anime Fighter.
DI feels like definitely
We were checking out the supers and
a gamble every time I press it when they're not burned out. Kinda nuts. Bleach Rebirth of Souls, Globku. I haven't watched Globku in a long time. This person is playing Rise. There's somebody who's playing Monster Hunter 4. I forgot who that is. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Where to start? Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Yo, Oh, I could put Freedom Unite. Do I really want to do that to myself, though? Do I really want to put Freedom Unite on my portable? I got Monster Hunter on everything. But do I really want to do that? I don't know if I really want to do that to myself. I could go back and play Freedom Unite just to see if I could play it, you know? Full game, 14 hours. 14 hours of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. So wait, the Insect Glaive and the Charge Blade came out in 4U?
Hello everybody, Flick here, and welcome to the first part in a series on Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. I got the day 1 patch, that's why it says version 1.1 in the bottom right corner there.
This is 10 years. He didn't go back and play it. This is 10 years ago.
Cool. We will save it to this slot, and we will get... But yeah, if you fought Jen Moran in 3U or any other games he was in,
104 Ultimate HD.
you'll be used to what we have to do here. So he's the Caravaneer. Won't be long, Hunter.
4K 60.
Pub poured out drinks now. We could.
Hey, you could have watched this video a day early. Check out my Patreon for more details. Okay, so this video is not being made as planned because my camera stopped working. I intended to film myself in front of my new desk and show off how cool it was, but my camera just isn't working right now. It's a pain in the ass. Thank you, OBS. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this fucking voiceover thing. Whatever, it's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of My Mental Breakdown and your tutorial on how to get an emulator started on your computer at home. Today, we're gonna be talking about... How's it going, everybody?
Ew, he playing. Okay, wait. I can't support this. I'm concerned about Monster Hunter Wilds. Somebody playing Monster Hunter 4U. I think controllers are cool. I also think controllers are cool. I also think controllers are cool, and I don't really use controllers that often. But I have lots of controllers. I do have lots of controllers. They're laying around here all over the place. Some of them are necessary. Some of them are ones that I just bought. Some of them I use. Where's my other expensive controller? No, it's down there. Some of them are necessary. Like I have that's what I get for having a white controller. This white controller is extra dirty. Well, it was sitting on the floor. It needs to be wiped off. Not to mention I guess the steering wheel counts as a controller. And then I got my arcade sticks. I got some, man, I got more controllers other places. I like controllers, but if I'm playing a shooter, I guess these count as controllers. I guess these count as controllers too. My Azerons. Right? Where he said he had Monster Hunter 4U videos. Creating my departure from Twitch with some Pikmin 2. Vibing with Monster Hunter in the background. Using a pizza to slay dragons. Oh, he's playing on... Oh...
And I had to deliver this pizza.
Pizza Charge Blade? Yo, Narga Kuga.
Hang on, is Narga Kuga a Pizza Hut employee or what?
Narga Kuga is canonically a Papa John's employee.
Ah, he's homophobic.
Yes.
What?
Shut up.
The best thing my ET class, the one I'm stressed out about now, is also based on previous stuff secondary high school should have taught, but that school was shite. That's how college is like here also. It's like...
I can't wait. I can't wait to get my 1-to-1 scale, like Naruto plush.
Why? 1-to-1 scale? That'd be fucking massive. Why do you want a 1-to-1 scale?
Can I
actually don't want that.
Use third-party webcam software to change video resolution to 4K?
That's disgusting.
I know what those people are doing. I'm not doing
that's exactly why.
How do I do that? Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Wait, change.
Okay, so after testing more than 100 different webcams over about the last 3 or so years, ever since the pandemic. Okay, so camera's menu itself, so you can see what it looks like, and also hear what the onboard microphone sounds like. This time though, I've tweaked the settings a little bit inside of 0.5 in terms of the contrast settings. I've got saturation up to 0.05 as well.
Mode,
and for hue shift, it looked a little bit pink to me, so I moved it a little bit towards yellow in scale to minus 0.10. And that's it in terms of what I set there. And from a sharpening perspective, I added a little bit of sharpness to it, just a tiny bit, 0.05. And I think this camera looks really good in terms of those settings now. And it's actually, in my opinion, finally, the only webcam or camera that I've tested that actually competes with an APS-C camera. Then I've got something else, a little bit of a surprise. I'm going to show what it looks like and also sounds like with the DJI Mic Mini attached to it, because that natively connects to the camera as well. All right, so one last test. I wanted to connect the DJI Mic Mini to the DJI Osmo Pocket 3.
Oh, that makes sense.
To the Pocket 3, which is quite nice. I can see the recording levels on top of the screen last time. All right, so I'm not going to go over all the different specifications of the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Just know it's a very high Pocket 3 camera in webcam mode. I'm filming at 4K with all the default settings. Nothing has been configured in terms of... Okay, so this is the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 camera in webcam mode. I'm filming at 4K with all the default settings. Nothing has been configured in terms of any of the color correction, sharpness, etc. This is just the default right out of the camera. And all the defaults in terms of what you can do even in the backstage of the camera's menu itself. So you can see what it looks like and also hear what the onboard microphone sounds like. Again, the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Then we're going to move over to the tune settings. Okay, so this is again the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 camera. This time though, I've tweaked the settings a little bit inside of OBS.
You are not helping.
The new DJI Pocket 3 is a fantastic camera, but you need to change some settings on this straight away to get the most out of it. Unfortunately, out of the factory settings, just like we've seen with other DJI products, these settings just don't make sense by default on this. So in this video I'm going to be showing you some of those settings you need to change and some extra tips to get the very most out of the Pocket 3.
Alright,
Make sure you've also got the latest firmware update installed on your DJI Mimo app. You might not see some of these settings I'm going to show you if you haven't got the latest firmware update. So the Pocket 3, one of the best features on this is this rotating screen. So you can rotate that screen.
how to use it as a 4K webcam is the question here.
The Osmo Pocket 3 came out over a year. Doesn't quite work out for a lot. It works as a webcam as soon as you plug it in via USB-C. Now, it's very unique about this camera used as a Twitch stream cam or YouTube streaming cam or anything like that. You can make it track your face. Now, there's some caveats that you should know real quick. You cannot do 4K resolution out of the Pocket and face track. So some of the processing power gets dedicated to transferring that 4K footage directly to the cable, and you miss out on face tracking. But if you are in 1080p, like 60 FPS or 30 FPS 1080p with this camera.
How do you 4K though? How do you do 4K? Be right back. Out of the bathroom. maybe I'm gonna have to let me just try this. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Okay, you just have to actually change it to 4K. Oh, now it says output 4K. You can see. That's crazy. That's crazy, actually. Oh, it's just way too big. Okay. Close. I'm gonna just change it back. But I know how to do it now. Wait, was it in 720? No, it was in 1080p, right? Oh, it probably... It was in 720. Or it might have been 1080p. I don't know. Oh. Oh. It was definitely eating away my battery. Because it wasn't plugged into a substantial power source. Oh, I didn't even see this.
Monster Hunter Wilds is stupid. I have never been this absorbed into a game in my life, and yet at the same time skip every single cutscene. What can I say, dude? The gameplay is just that good. The story's not even bad, by the way. I watched some of it. Story's great. I just want to get to the hunts. Already on just my console, I have 2 accounts and over 30 hours, and I'm still not done with it. I have more hunts to do. I don't have all the armor sets I want, and I still haven't even hunted all of the monsters. The depth to this game is crazy. That's why today I just wanted to do some of this on the channel, man. I'm loving this game so much, I had to do it here. All right, first things first, nobody judge him, but that is my cat, okay? He does not have a cat's body. Hopefully we can all move past that. And yeah, I just really don't want anybody bringing that up in the comments. Already self-conscious about it. Now, there's a few things I want to cover in this video. Mostly I want to show what I've been doing with my time in the game, but also the main complaint we all know, everybody says this is the easiest Monster Hunter game of all time, and I actually agree. The thing is, I'm terrible at Monster Hunter games. I like the multiplayer Monster Hunter experience, all right? I use hammer, it slows me down, but I like it a lot. I wanted to take this quest on single player, but people joined by accident. It was a big mess. So now in the optional quest, to prove my worth, I want to take on the Chains of Life and hunt the Arkfeld by myself for the first time. Whoa, look at this guy's sword. I made a few stamps just for this occasion. Should I hit him with the women stamp or the what is going every stamp? Ooh, I know, this is perfect. Yeah, that'll work. After we do this, I want to show you how I play the game too. I want to do a few SOS quests, go save some people. I want to be the hero. I need to become a hero and then go live my hero's dream. Oh, and if you're wondering why this isn't a 3 Idiots video, I don't think Rhyme or Dion play Monster Hunter, but you know, maybe we can make it happen for the right amount of likes, huh? Seriously though, I can't state enough just how bad my armor is for this quest. I mean, it's not the worst. I'm not walking in here with the base set armor, but still, this is pretty bad. Mounting attack. It didn't work, bros. We did not get the mount. All right, stick and move, stick and move. You're gonna notice I'm not the... That's not good. All right, we have resentment activated. That's really not good. I'm gonna die! Oh, I should be dead. Oh, God. Do I have a great sunfish scale? Thank God I go fishing. Sunfish scale buff. All right, let's try to get a mount here. Dude,
Wait, what did he just eat?
Mount here. I have a great sunfish scale. Thank God, I go fishing. Sunfish scale buff. All right, let's try to get a mount here. Dude, I might be the worst at Monster Hunter. All right, we want to try to use this. It has good dodge. 79 deeps. Roll out of that. Roll into his tail. Now with hammer, we want to be on his head. If you don't know ball, you at least should know that. Am I dead? Dude, I'm playing horrible. Dude, I'm playing so bad. Sunfish scale. I dodged that. I thought I had... What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? All right, nothing much, nothing much. I'm not afraid of that. Wait, mounting opportunity, mounting opportunity. Give me that, yes! Come on, come on. This is a chance to get a knockdown, do some big deeps. 14. We'll know we're in trouble when he gets into the red. For now, I don't even think we risk it. Stamina, do I hop back? Hop back.
Yes, thank you.
Ram his head into the wall, 1k free damage. Get up, get up, get up. Is that a wound on your head, bro? Is that a wound? You mind if I close that real quick? Big deeps! We destroyed a wound. All that did was piss him off, though. And it explodes on the ground. Dodge it. No, what are we doing? Can I please get out? Can I please get it? I can't move. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Shamrock, you gotta save me. Shamrock, please. All right, I think Shamrock's coming to give me something. I don't know what that does, though. Oh, it just cooled me off. I guess the heat was too much. Nice. Maybe we can concuss him a little bit. Big concussion. Yeah. Bring your head down here. That's what I love to see as a Hammer player. Big deeps into a roll. Get some more. Oh, he's got a wound open up, too. If we can get his mouth. If we can get his mouth. We got it. We got the wound. Perfect frame as well. I haven't fought this monster that many times, man. He's actually a pretty big story monster. So you don't get to fight him until the end of the game, and I only just...
A pretty big story monster. He's the story monster.
I'm thinking I might... Oh, I don't know. I might use him to make fine china. Never mind. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Run! Oh, getting knocked out, bro. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead, but I can just roll out of here.
It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. I'm about to get out of here, and I gotta make a script. And probably play some GU.
Call me weird. Another concuss? Call me weird, but I just love fishing in this game. It's fun. I'm trying to get every fish. I'm trying to get the achievement for 30 whoppers. I don't know why I'm bringing that up now, as I have the best combo opportunity I've had in a while, but oh god. Yeah, that's